Chapter 2882. Chapter 2470. Heavenly Tiger's Smugness. That's right, disciplinary elder. I obtained 3 ancient resources this time, but what does this have to do with you, elder? Heavenly Tiger said without hesitation. In an instant, the disciplinary elder's expression turned unsightly. Don't be rude, Heavenly Tiger. Divine General Sky Dragon reprimanded Heavenly Tiger, but his tone wasn't too harsh, as he knew very well why the disciplinary elder would ask such a question. Divine General Sky Dragon had the highest cultivation base in the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe, but the other elders weren't too far off from him. The Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe had always been opposed to giving the chosen spot to Heavenly Tiger. After all, the benefits of being a chosen were simply innumerable. Although Heavenly Tiger had fused with his Dharma form and was considered a genius, in the eyes of the other elders, Heavenly Tiger's actual combat strength was mediocre. Furthermore, they also had children, so why couldn't the chosen spot belong to their children? If Divine General Sky Dragon's status in the Demon God's sacred realm hadn't been outstanding, this chosen spot would have already caused a fight. But even so, there were still many who harbored ill intentions. For example, the disciplinary elder wished he could keep an eye on Heavenly Tiger at all times so that he could find something to use against him and kick him off the chosen spot's throne. Since Heavenly Tiger had obtained an ancient resource this time, these fellows would naturally have crooked thoughts. Ancient resources were extremely precious. If they could obtain them, then not to mention their children, even their own strength would be strengthened. The main purpose of summoning Sky Tiger this time was to snatch away the 3 ancient resources in Sky Tiger's hands. However, how could the current Sky Tiger be so easily bullied? On the way back, Sky Tiger had already successfully cultivated the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Yi Xian's words were already like an imperial edict in Sky Tiger's heart. Although Yi Xian didn't say that he wanted Sky Dragon to obtain first place in the clan's competition, but perhaps he had said that he would wait for the good news from Sky Tiger. Therefore, Sky Tiger hoped that he could obtain first place. It was an ancient resource and an ancient divine ability. Yi Xian had given Sky Tiger so many treasures, how could Sky Tiger not be confident? Of course, with confidence, one had to work hard at the same time. Thus, on the way back, Sky Tiger did not delay at all. Speaking of which, this fellow's talent was not bad. He had actually comprehended the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky on the way back. Of course, the further one went, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. At this moment, Sky Tiger had only just started. In the past, Sky Tiger had always listened to his father's words, but this time, he had actually refuted him. Father, don't they just want me to take out the resources and distribute them to their descendants? But the things of my Sky Tiger were not stolen, nor were they snatched. Why should I give them to them? Then let me tell you the truth. Not only did my boss give me 3 ancient resources, but he also gave me an ancient mystic technique. But do you want it too? Ancient mystic technique. Everyone, including Divine General Sky Dragon, was indescribably shocked. One had to know that there were only a few ancient mystic techniques in the entire Demon God's sacred realm. Now, Sky Tiger was telling them that someone had given him an ancient mystic technique. How could they accept this? Is what you said true? Divine General Sky Dragon couldn't help asking Sky Tiger. Lord Father, could it be that you still don't trust me? This ancient divine ability was specially chosen by Boss for me. It's extremely compatible with me. It's called the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. This is impossible. Even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe doesn't have a single ancient mystic technique. All we have is a remnant. Do you think we would believe you if you said someone gave you an ancient mystic technique? If the boss you speak of can give away ancient mystic techniques and ancient resources at will, why wouldn't he dare come see us? The disciplinary elder's voice was stern. He knew very well that if what Sky Tiger said was true, then Sky Tiger's status in the tribe would soar and no one would be able to shake him. This fellow doted on his grandson very much. It could be said that if Sky Tiger had anything good, he would definitely give it to his grandson. In addition, his grandson was also very hardworking. It could be said that his combat strength was a bit stronger than Sky Tiger's. As a result, few people in the tribe would say that it was not true. Haha, you want my boss to see you? Disciplinary elder, you think too highly of yourself. Who do you think my boss is? Even if you want to see him, I'm afraid he might not necessarily summon you. My boss said that I can teach this ancient mystic technique to others. However, the quota is limited. I can only teach 3. Rest assured, Father, I will show you now. However, Father, you must remember that you can't teach this mystic technique to others. Otherwise, my boss will blame you and you will be in trouble. As he spoke, Sky Tiger handed the scroll to Divine General Sky Dragon. Divine General Sky Dragon did not stand on ceremony. He took it and used his spiritual force to set up a restriction before carefully opening it. The disciplinary elder was so excited that he wanted nothing more than to rush over to take a look. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. After all, not only was Divine General Sky Dragon powerful, but he was also the tribe leader. If he offended him, he would suffer. Divine General Sky Dragon studied it for more than 2 hours before returning the scroll to Sky Tiger. Father, do you have any enlightenment? Sigh, what a pity, Hu'er. This is an ancient mystic technique. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate it. It could even be said that no one can cultivate it except you. I don't know if your boss deliberately modified it, or if this sacred art is like this. If you want to cultivate this ancient sacred art, the first requirement is to fuse with your body. Therefore, we can't cultivate it at all. How could this be? Yi Xianbing didn't say that he was allowed to teach it, but he didn't say that he wasn't allowed to. That was why Sky Tiger made such a decision. But from the looks of it, Yi Xian had already made arrangements. This ancient sacred art was tailor-made for him, and it would be extremely difficult for others to cultivate it. However, Hu'er, you don't have to worry about it. Although I can't cultivate its spirit, I can still comprehend it according to its actions. It won't be a waste of time. Divine General Sky Dragon revealed a smile. At this moment, the disciplinary elder's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. Divine General Sky Dragon wouldn't lie, so everything that came out of his mouth was definitely true. At this moment, he couldn't wait to take a look at the scroll. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Chapter 2883. A misunderstanding because at this time, everyone knew that the clan had changed. The grandson of the disciplinary elder could no longer steal Sky Tiger's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before, and no one could shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he closed his door and cultivated silently. Outside his residence, hundreds of guards were guarding the side of Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan didn't understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The clan competition began very soon. What surprised all the young clansmen was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, he went on a rampage in a crushing manner. The strange attack of the Sky Tiger was not something that belonged to the clan. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how unconvinced these clansmen were, they ignored them. Until a piece of news spread that the Sky Tiger had obtained an ancient divine ability. In an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, the Sky Tiger had only cultivated the first 3 moves. However, it was enough to defeat all enemies in 3 moves. Without any pressure, he crushed them all the way. As for the boss of the Sky Tiger, this mysterious figure had also attracted the attention of countless people. Unfortunately, there was no way to find out. The Sky Tiger had never revealed where Yi Xian was, so it was impossible for anyone to find out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already closed his eyes and cultivated for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, Yi Xian hadn't even opened his eyes, nor had he moved his body in the slightest. On this day, under the leadership of the Sky Tiger, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and a few important members of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan had already followed them over. However, all of them waited outside silently. No one dared to take a step forward. The Sky Tiger had already used his strength to prove the authenticity of the ancient divine ability. At the same time, the three ancient resources had already been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that to the boss of the Sky Tiger, no one in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan dared to be disrespectful to this incomparably mysterious figure. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Yi Xian to come out. It was fortunate that these people didn't go in to disturb Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was at the most critical moment. Whether or not he could successfully comprehend it would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Yi Xian. The power of the stars had already gathered more and more, turning Yi Xian into a person of light. If someone saw Yi Xian now, they'd probably be extremely shocked. This was because Yi Xian no longer had his original appearance and was completely transparent. All of his internal organs could be seen clearly, but even his internal organs had completely turned into light. A profound and mysterious cloud of energy revolved around Yi Xian. If someone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in alarm. Yi Xian's current reaction was 1,000 times stronger than theirs. Star body training. This phenomenon could only be called star body training. Unfortunately, no one knew what star body refinement was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Yi Xian had already completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Yi Xian was only immersed in shuttling through countless stars. Time continued to pass as Tian Hu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside, and Yi Xian himself was experiencing an extremely great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Yi Xian didn't complete the mission according to the time limit, then the price of losing half of his cultivation would be enough to make Yi Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know the passage of time at all. He didn't know that he didn't have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Sky Tiger habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, then Sky Tiger would have already rushed in to look for Yi Xian. At this moment, Sky Tiger once again looked ahead, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. He directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Tianhu silently looked forward. All of a sudden, an incomparably vicissitude yet extremely gentle aura suddenly descended. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst forth. The light spread out with the top of everyone's heads as the center. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Streaks of light rapidly fluctuated towards the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it gave off a very gentle feeling. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? The Heaven Dragon Divine General raised his head and looked at the circles of light in the sky as he subconsciously asked. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had ever seen such a change before. At the same time, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Yi Xian opened his eyes, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for completing the Power of the Stars quest. You have received a special reward, a luxury gift bag. Obtained special material, 9-star linked pearl stone. Obtained experience points reward, level increased by 1. Ding! Host has broken through. Current high-level 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Luxury gift bag, 9-star linked pearl stone. The sudden reward caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be bountiful beyond Yi Xian's expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian still had to thank the Sky Tiger. One had to know that the moment Yi Xian's will returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Sky Tiger's call, Yi Xian would have died this time. Most importantly, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't comprehend the power of the stars. On the contrary, he comprehended it too much. Yi Xian's comprehension of the power of the stars this time was quite bountiful. However, Yi Xian helplessly discovered that at least for now, he could only occasionally use the power of the stars because there was almost nowhere to replenish it. The 10 sons of the God realm revolved around him, and the power of the stars had long since been blocked. Yi Xian didn't open the gift bag. Instead, he silently stood up and walked outside. At this moment, the light of the stars hadn't completely disappeared from Yi Xian's body, So any movement he made would bring along countless illusions. Those weren't illusions left behind by moving too quickly, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. Instead, they were naturally formed by the power of the stars. Yi Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of light phantoms. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others didn't know that Yi Xian's current situation was only because of the power of the stars, so they couldn't explain Yi Xian's current situation. Most importantly, the Heaven Dragon Divine General's cultivation was profound. Even if he didn't use his spiritual will, he could still see a lot of things with just his eyes. Physical clone. Divine General Heaven Dragon murmured in a very low voice. However, who couldn't hear the people around them? Hearing the words corporeal doppelganger, everyone was shocked. A physical clone represented a divine ability, and at the same time, it also represented a kind of identity. Chapter 2884. Lolua's new clue was a physical clone. Everyone, including Divine General Tianlong, was speechless. Of course, given their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that he had just started cultivating. However, only the divine masters of the demon god's sacred territory possessed the ability to create a physical clone. Therefore, they were certain that this person had a close relationship with a divine master. This made many things clear. Why was this person able to give Sky Tiger 3 primordial resources and an ancient divine ability right off the bat? Perhaps only a divine master could have such a deep foundation. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Yi Xian have any relationship with the divine master of the demon god's domain? In fact, he hadn't even seen the divine master before. If there was any relationship, it would be that Yi Xian was preparing to find Luo Luo from the hands of the demon god's domain's divine master. Boss, you're finally out? Sky Tiger said in surprise. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In reality, he was still slightly afraid. After all, among the people standing in front of him, which one of them didn't emit a powerful aura? This made Yi Xian very clear that any one of them would be able to take him down in an instant. However, since these people didn't use their spiritual will to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Who are these people? Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard Yi Xian's question, he immediately introduced them to him. It turned out that because of the Sky Tiger's ancient divine ability, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and the others wanted to meet the boss of the Sky Tiger, which was why they made this trip. After Sky Tiger finished his introduction, Yi Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect that he'd meet a great general of the demon god's divine domain so quickly. Of course, Yi Xian didn't reveal any unnecessary expressions at this moment. Instead, he calmly responded. After chatting with the Heaven Dragon Divine General for a while, the Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others left. A huge misunderstanding had already caused the people of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to only fear and not doubt Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, much less have a deep relationship with them. Thus, this meeting was somewhat indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan left, Sky Tiger excitedly said to Yi Xian, "Boss, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's competition." Sky Tiger had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was the mission that Yi Xian had given him, so he naturally had to do it well. However, to Yi Xian, he didn't take it too seriously. Therefore, Yi Xian only nodded his head before saying to Sky Tiger, "Let's go, let's leave this place." The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others already knew that Yi Xian was here, so this place wasn't safe anymore. Thus, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why are you leaving?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to stay. As for where I go, it doesn't matter. I'll just go wherever I go." Yi Xian simply wanted to leave this place. As for his destination, he didn't have one. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he would need to go to the residences of the 8 great divine generals. Only there would be a passageway, and if Yi Xian were to mention borrowing the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to the Kunlun Divine Domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, it was impossible for Yi Xian to contend against the 8 great divine generals. Thus, provoking any one of the 8 great divine generals was an unwise choice. It might be possible to search for Luo Luo's whereabouts, but he had a sky tiger by his side. Thus, perhaps the sky tiger's mouth would be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger, "Sky Tiger, do you know that there is a holy son of the 9 paths?" Sky Tiger looked at Yi Xian in confusion. "Boss, you also know about the 9 Dao Saints?" "The 9 Dao Saints?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luo Luo's identity in the demon god's domain wasn't simple. Yes, he is the saint of the 9 Daos. Every saint has his own title. For example, the other saints call me the Heaven Dragon Saint. However, the saint of the 9 Daos is very special. It is said that he is not from the demon god's celestial realm. The 9-tailed heaven-loathing fox has a very high status. Even the Lord God has to respect the saint of the 9 Daos. Moreover, the saint of the 9 Daos is highly regarded by the Lord God. Tianhu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Yi Xian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Yi Xian was powerless to save Luo Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine master of the demon god's domain to allow Luo Luo to go into seclusion because he valued her. It was probably because Luo Luo was constantly thinking of leaving the demon god's domain to find Yi Xian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god's domain could only trap Luo Luo. When they arrived in the god realm, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Luo to know that Yi Xian was in the Kunlun divine domain, nor did she know about the conflict between Yi Xian and the demon god's domain. Perhaps the current Luo Luo wouldn't suffer any grievances in the demon god's domain. On the contrary, because of his noble identity, it was very likely that he would be valued. After a period of analysis, Yi Xian roughly knew that Luo Luo wouldn't be wronged, so there was no need to rush to find her. However, Yi Xian didn't know that ever since he'd arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo had been a little anxious. There was a special connection between Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god's domain, after Yi Xian arrived at the demon god's domain, his ability to sense was suppressed by a portion, causing Yi Xian to be unable to accurately locate Luo Luo. However, because Yi Xian had arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo's perception had been strengthened. It could be said that every time Yi Xian moved, Luo Luo could clearly sense it. Luo Luo was very clear that Yi Xian had come here for her. How could Luo Luo not know what had happened to the human race in the demon god's domain? Therefore, Luo Luo was still extremely worried about Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. From the moment she arrived in the god realm, she had been brought here by a mysterious force. It could even be said that even the divine masters of the demon god's domain had to bow their heads in front of this force. This was a super large force, and at the same time, it was also a peerless expert. Luo Luo didn't know who this person was, but his every move, every word, and every action was under this person's surveillance. Even if he was the holy son of the demon god's domain, it was only that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo Luo could feel that person's goodwill. Chapter 2885. 2473 Yellow Sand Zone. Yi Xian and Sky Tiger continuously traversed thousands of realms in order to reach a dangerous place. At this moment, Sky Tiger stood behind Yi Xian and hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really going to enter this place? Since you're already here, do you want to go in?" Yi Xian indifferently said as he looked at the boundless yellow sand in front of him. This was a place that Yi Xian had deliberately chosen because this time, Yi Xian was prepared to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that everything he wanted to do was because of his cultivation realm. Insufficient strength. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian was prepared to level up crazily. First, it was the mysterious trial. Because Yi Xian wasn't strong enough, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate, so he could only teleport out. After that, it was Lolua's matter, and then he left the demon god's domain. In short, everything was because he wasn't strong enough, and if he stayed outside, he would have to worry about his identity being exposed and being hunted down. Therefore, there weren't many choices left for Yi Xian. Entering this place and quickly increasing his strength might be the only choice. At this moment, the yellow sand that Yi Xian saw was quite famous in the demon god's domain. This place was called the Drought Sea. The Drought Sea was enormous, but even divine beasts didn't dare to rashly enter its interior. This was because not only did the Drought Sea have an extremely violent natural climate, it also had the ancient beast clan. It was said that the formation of the Drought Sea came from a huge explosion. In ancient times, when the gods fought, the Drought Sea was also a very famous battlefield. Thousands of powerful ancient supreme experts fought here. They tore the void and trampled on the mountains and rivers, but for some reason, they actually broke through a secret realm. It was a completely isolated secret realm that belonged to the ancient beast clan. The remaining experts were hunted down by the ancient beast clan and died one by one. After the secret realm exploded, everything inside the secret realm was scattered here. The yellow sand zone was only the outermost area of the Drought Sea. As for the inside, it was even more terrifying. According to Sky Tiger, even the Lord God had come here personally, but he had only entered for less than 10 days before retreating with a face full of fear. This was because there was a super powerful existence in the Drought Sea, an existence that even the divine master of the demon god realm couldn't do anything to. Fortunately, the Drought Sea had not moved for millions of years, as if it was an independent place that was not affected by anything from the outside world. In fact, some experts from the demon god realm would also form teams to enter the Drought Sea to search for treasures. After all, there were many special resources in the Drought Sea, and the ancient beasts were also very valuable. The ancient beasts did not have the ability to transform, nor did they have high intelligence. Moreover, they all cultivated their physical strength. Sky Tiger said that the reason why he could fuse with the Dharma idol was because his father, the Heaven Dragon Divine General, had entered this place when he was young and had some fortuitous encounters. Then he combined it with his own understanding and compiled the cultivation method of the Dharma idol fusion. Therefore Yi Xian chose this place. He chose the Drought Sea. Since the ancient beast clan was so mysterious, it would definitely allow Yi Xian to quickly increase his strength. Fear? Perhaps others would be afraid, but Yi Xian wouldn't. For Yi Xian, he was fearless. The Drought Sea had powerful ancient beasts, so it was the best place for Yi Xian to cultivate. After all, Yi Xian needed to devour to quickly increase his level. Yi Xian didn't want to wait any longer. He'd waited for too long. It was time to explode. There were still many things waiting for Yi Xian to do. He couldn't waste too much time in the demon god realm. If you don't want to go in, wait for me outside. I'll come out and find you. Yi Xian indifferently said to Sky Tiger. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Sky Tiger and directly walked forward. Actually, it was a good thing for Yi Xian not to bring Sky Tiger with him. After all, if Sky Tiger went with him, then some of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed. At least for now, Sky Tiger didn't have the qualifications to know Yi Xian's secrets. Sky Tiger hesitated for a moment. By the time he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared, so he could only stay where he was and cultivate while waiting for Yi Xian to return. After entering the yellow sand zone, there was nothing special about it at first. There was only an isolation belt that stretched as far as the eye could see. Here, whether it was the stone god beast or the ancient beast, they rarely came here. However, it was precisely because of this that there were humans here. Yi Xian maintained the release of his spiritual will the entire time, so it didn't take long for him to find a small human tribe. This was a tribe that relied on an oasis. There were only a few hundred people, but it seemed rather peaceful. Yi Xian didn't hesitate as he directly walked over. The people here all had very low cultivations. They made some simple magic treasures to protect their homes. At the same time, they hunted some weak ancient beasts or divine beasts to cultivate. At this moment, the sudden sight of Yi Xian in the yellow sand immediately attracted the attention of the people here. "Dad, Dad, there's someone in the desert." A youth shouted loudly. A moment later, he saw a burly man rushing over. He was holding a large blade made of unknown materials in his hand. There were a few people following behind him. Quickly go into the house. There's a formation in the house. If the situation isn't right, activate the formation immediately. The burly man shouted loudly. Very quickly, everyone around the oasis hid in the only stone house in the oasis. Yi Xian knew what these people were worried about, so he didn't mind and continued to walk over. Halt, who are you? I'm Yi Xian. I'm passing by and would like to rest in your place. After all, he was a human. It wasn't easy to meet a free human in the demon god's domain, so how could Yi Xian go find trouble with these people? You're a human? The burly man hesitated for a moment, but he recognized Yi Xian's identity and asked hesitantly. Yes, I'm a human. Of course Yi Xian wouldn't hide it and directly returned. It's actually a human. Quick, please come in. When they heard that they were from the same clan, those people didn't stop Yi Xian and quickly welcomed him in. Hi, brother, don't blame me. You should know that if we don't raise our vigilance, we might be eaten by divine beasts or ancient beasts one day. May I ask which tribe you're from? I'm not from here, but from the outside. This time, I'm here to investigate the interior. What? You want to go in? I say, brother, aren't you too bold? Although the lives of our human race are as cheap as grass here, there's no need to humiliate yourself like this. If you go in now, you're simply courting death. Chapter 2886. 2474 God slaying set. When the robust man saw that Yi Xian didn't say anything, he hesitated for a moment before handing over a green card to Yi Xian. Brother, take this. It might be of help to you. Yi Xian picked up the card. It was still made of an unknown material, but there was an ancient word, Bing, sealed on it. What is this? Yi Xian asked in confusion. What is this? We don't know either. This thing was accidentally obtained from an ancient beast when we were hunting. Although we don't know what it is, we do know that as long as you use your spiritual will to activate it, it can condense the image of an ancient beast and protect you. Kurt? Ancient beast phantom? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that there really was a secret in the Drought Sea that belonged to him. I don't need this anymore. After all, I'm afraid this thing will be of great use to you guys. The burly man hesitated for a moment, but this thing was extremely useful to them. It could be said that they had relied on this thing to help them hunt ancient beasts a few times, and it was also because of this thing that they had been able to withstand the attacks of several divine beasts. The burly man frowned. The human race that lived in the Drought Sea had a tradition. Once they met a fellow race member that needed help, they would do their best to help. After all, it was not easy to survive here. If they did not help each other, the human race would have long since been removed from this place. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian refuse, the robust man felt guilty in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a round plate. Brother, since you don't want the card, I'll give this to you. To be honest, we've only activated it once when we obtained it. At that time, we managed to summon over 10 powerful ancient beasts. Unfortunately, for some reason, we couldn't use it anymore. So, even though this thing is powerful, I can't tell you how to use it. Take it first. Who knows, it might be of some help to you on the way. Yi Xian did not understand the tradition of helping each other in the Drought Sea, but he knew how to repay kindness. These people were able to help him the first time they met, so Yi Xian would not be stingy. Alright, I'll accept this. These pills are for you. Distribute them to your clansmen. It will be beneficial to your clansmen. The burly man didn't know that the pills Yi Xian gave him were cultivation pills that were difficult to obtain outside. Therefore, he accepted them without hesitation. After Yi Xian left the tribe, he took out the strange disc as he walked. What is this? Yi Xian was puzzled. The disc's shape was extremely simple. If it wasn't for the burly man's introduction, Yi Xian would have thought that it was a plate for storing vegetables. Of course, it was obvious that this thing wasn't that simple. System, detect this thing. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System prompt. Host's resources are insufficient, unable to detect. Insufficient resources? Could the system be talking about faith value? System, Then I will use the resources to exchange for faith value detection. Ding! System prompt. Host's resources are insufficient, unable to exchange for enough faith value. Yi Xian's footsteps abruptly stopped. What did he mean? All of his resources added up wasn't enough to detect such a thing? Just what was this thing? Was it that strange? Yi Xian didn't believe that he really couldn't do anything to this thing. System, open that gift bag for me. Yi Xian had completed the Star Power quest earlier and obtained a gift bag as well as a 9-star linked pearl stone. However, he hadn't used it. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to use the gift bag because of a plate. Ding! System prompt. Special gift bag has been successfully opened. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1-point gift bag, 1 magic treasure gift bag, and 1 unknown gift bag. What was going on? He opened a gift bag, and in the end he opened 3 gift bags? After Yi Xian recovered from his astonishment, he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Xian didn't need to wash his hair to explain the gift bag. He would either give him devouring points, eternal points, or faith points. But no matter what it was, one thing was certain, it was all good stuff. System, open the gift bag first. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could obtain. It would be best if he could obtain eternal points. Although he hadn't obtained devouring points in a long time, eternal points seemed to be more useful. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1 million faith points, 100 eternal points, and 10 devouring points. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He even felt that happiness had come too suddenly. 1 million faith points wasn't much, but the key was the eternal points. A total of 100 eternal points. This was something that Yi Xian didn't dare to imagine. What did 100 faith points mean? Even if he used the eternal domain, he could use it 20 times. This time, just by opening the gift bag, he actually gave Yi Xian such a big prize. How could Yi Xian not be excited? 10 devouring points. Yi Xian didn't know if it was because of the increase in his cultivation or because of Yi Xian's bad luck, but he hadn't encountered a devouring beast in a long time, let alone obtained devouring points. But at this moment he obtained 10 devouring points in one go. Combined with suitable resources, wouldn't Yi Xian be able to change his clothes this time? Even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm at this moment. The reward for this gift bag was simply too generous. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian continued to say to the system, System, open the magic treasure gift bag. It was obvious that the magic treasure gift bag could open a magic treasure. In that case, the points gift bag had given Yi Xian such a big surprise. What kind of surprise would the magic treasure gift bag give Yi Xian? Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host, you have obtained a special scroll, a complete set scroll. Set perfection scroll, able to choose suitable resources, according to the host's wishes, directly complete the set of more than 2 parts that the host has. Shock ecstasy. Yi Xian didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Although it was only a scroll, its value was simply immeasurable. For example, Yi Xian possessed the god-slaughtering sword and the god-slaughtering armor. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian could use this complete set scroll to forge the entire god-slaughtering set in one go? Although Yi Xian had to provide the resources himself. However, one had to know that compared to resources, forging a magic treasure on the level of the god-slaughtering set was probably even more difficult. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's hand that was holding the scroll actually trembled slightly. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian saw the materials used to forge the god-slaughtering set, his expression turned unsightly. Chapter 2887. 2475. The system was so scared that it upgraded. Where would Yi Xian go to get this thing? This was the God Emperor realm. What was the God Emperor realm? It was an expert on the level of the Divine Lord like Mi Ming. The system actually wanted Yi Xian to get the Divine Lord's divine deity. Moreover, it wanted to get 5 of them. Yi Xian had only come into contact with 2 God Domain Masters after being in the God Realm for so long. One was the Kunlun God Domain's Divine Master, Mi Ming, and the other was the Demon God Domain's Divine Master. However, forging a God-slaying set required 5 Divine Lord Divine Deity, and it was a complete Divine Deity. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the scroll without hesitation. This was because he knew that with his current strength, he was unable to prepare all the materials. Of course, just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he couldn't do it in the future. There was still the last gift bag. As for this last gift bag, it was probably the most special gift bag. Just what kind of surprise would it bring to Yi Xian? System, open that unknown gift bag. Yi Xian said indifferently. His tone was calm, but his entire mind was focused. Ding, system notification. Ding, warning, warning, the host has received a super strong reward. The system has entered an emergency upgrade. Ding, warning, warning, host please note, the system will be forcefully shut down for 3 months. Yi Xian was stupefied. What did he open up that directly upgraded the system? Moreover, it was an emergency upgrade. Yi Xian subconsciously shouted at the system a few times in his heart. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. In other words, the system had already gone to upgrade. However, the key was that Yi Xian didn't even know what he'd done. Wasn't it just an unknown gift bag? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, it was only 3 months, so it wasn't unacceptable. This is great. I can't detect what this plate is used for. Forget it, let's just leave it for now. Yi Xian had a bitter smile on his face. This kind of situation was completely out of his expectations, and it was something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. During the 3 months that the system was upgraded, Yi Xian didn't plan on causing trouble. After all, without the system, Yi Xian's strength would still decrease. Most importantly, even if he killed an ancient beast or a divine beast, he wouldn't gain any experience. Thus, killing them would be for nothing. However, it was still necessary to hurry. Yi Xian didn't plan on looking for trouble, but that didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come looking for him. On this day, Yi Xian walked through the yellow sand zone as usual. Although the yellow sand zone was only the outermost region of the Drought Sea, however, the Drought Sea was extremely vast. According to Tianhu, the Drought Sea occupied 1/5 of the demon god's celestial territory. With such a huge area, even if it was the outer area of his territory, it was still not something that could be walked over quickly. After all, there wasn't even a map here, and from time to time, he would take the wrong path. Whether it was his divine sense or his eyes, they were all useless in this yellow sand zone. The yellow sand zone had a strange restriction that was enough to make anyone who entered lose all sense of direction. It was said that there was once someone who was trapped in this yellow sand zone for 10,000 years. Moreover, that person was lucky and did not encounter the disaster of the yellow sand zone, which was why he was able to survive. But this time, Yi Xian wasn't that lucky. He encountered the most ordinary disaster in the yellow sand zone. Law Storm. Due to the special location of the yellow sand zone, the other law powers were relatively rare. However, there were a few types of law powers that were too much. One of them was the law of wind. It could be said that the yellow sand zone was filled with strong winds at all times. However, it wouldn't be affected in the slightest during normal times. After all, even the simplest protective divine power would be enough to resist these gales. However, once he encountered a storm of laws, it would be tragic. The storm of laws was precisely because the power of the laws of wind was too concentrated in a certain area, causing it to automatically produce a phenomenon of balance. Through the form of a storm, the power of the laws of wind was eliminated. Even the power of the laws could be eliminated. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. There was no sign of the formation of the storm of laws. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking as usual. However, the instant he took a step forward, a sudden change occurred between heaven and earth. A violent and terrifying aura instantly overturned the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian didn't even have the slightest ability to resist as he was directly brought into the sky. When he stabilized his body and looked over, heaven and earth had long since become indistinguishable. At this moment, it was as if Yi Xian had been brought into an unknown space. Above his head, his feet were small, and his surroundings seemed to be the sky, yet also seemed to be the earth. It was incomparably strange. Boom! A divine dragon condensed from the laws directly charged towards Yi Xian. That was a pure life form of the laws, and it was actually formed in an instant. However, Before Yi Xian could even react, the law divine dragon instantly disintegrated. The storm of laws wasn't really a storm. The reason why it was called a storm was because it had something in common with a storm. That was, they both had an eye. Fortunately, Yi Xian was currently in the eye of the wind. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't move an inch at this moment. He could only watch the terrifying changes in the outside world. One by one, the law life forms quickly appeared. The law dragon, the law tiger, and even the law Kunpeng. However, these law life forms would not last long from the moment they appeared to the moment they disappeared. This was because they were all wind elemental law life forms. The main reason for the appearance of the law storm was because there were too many laws of wind being repaired. At this moment, Yi Xian personally witnessed a miracle. A miracle that others would never be able to see in their entire lives. In the blink of an eye, a law life was born and died in an instant. Other than Yi Xian, no one else knew of their appearance. Perhaps, Yi Xian's eyes were their only witness. Because of Yi Xian, all of them had existed. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't release his divine will at all. Yi Xian had tried, but he'd only released a trace of his divine will before being swept away by the storm of laws. Therefore, Yi Xian's eyes were the only witness. Everything that had happened. Those law life forms didn't seem to know what they were experiencing. It was as if their lives should only belong to that instant of blooming. The storm of laws condensed the excess wind laws into life forms, and then quickly let them die. Through this method, the excess power of laws was eliminated. However, this process was incomparably natural. After all, this was the result of the balance of nature. This was the result of the laws of the great Tao. Only in the eyes of Yi Xian, a witness, felt sorrow for those law life forms. Yi Xian was a witness. He was able to personally witness how these strange law life forms were born and how they died. Chapter 2888. The withered bone sword servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. They weren't strong enough to come into contact with this secret. As for news from the 100 Calculators sect, they hadn't reported back yet. Yi Xian had asked twice, but he only knew that the 100 Calculators sect had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's territory to investigate, but they still hadn't found anything. It seemed that they could only take their time in finding Luo Luo. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the eve before the storm. At this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together to get Yi Xian, or even take Yi Xian's life. In the end, what was to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored as he stayed in the training camp. One had to know that in the training camp, Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God realm. If he really wanted to talk about the cultivation of divine abilities, Yi Xian wouldn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't know this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Aya, Yi Xian Gongzi, come with me quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What, Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. Along the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, especially the ingredients for the divine beasts, most of them could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luo Qi went to an inn together to get the divine beast ingredients that had already been ordered. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there was no problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yan and the young girl to be unable to react in time. Luo Qi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yan was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly gods, 2 mid-level heavenly gods, and 1 high-level heavenly god. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luo Qi away. Luo Qi immediately thought of Yi Xian. Because in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Did you hear? That girl is actually a slave. Those people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the slave pavilion often get slaves, they also catch runaway slaves. That girl is really unlucky. Looking at her now, she seems to be doing well. I didn't expect her to be a slave. What a pity. Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar. Naturally, he was sure that it was Fian. Damn it. Who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never treated Fian as a slave, not even for a moment. Slave pavilion. What a good slave pavilion. Who gave them all their strength to capture people. Boom. Yi Xian's figure moved and directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction set up by Fian herself. Around her, 8 people looked at Fian calmly. Ha, lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter. Uncle has time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction that was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian said casually, "Young man, watch the show and stand further away. Our slave pavilion is capturing runaway slaves. Be careful not to accidentally injure you later." Accidentally injure your uncle? Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. This sword attack was launched by Yi Xian in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom. One sword, just one sword, killed that person in an instant. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. They only reacted when Yi Xian killed someone. Damn it, brat, do you know who we are? But before this person could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. And it was done with the god-slaying sword. Boom. Another sword attack, still as violent as before. Another slave pavilion disciple was directly killed on the spot. The remaining 6 people did not dare to be careless. They immediately retreated and pulled away from Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian kill people, the surrounding people all showed a strange expression. Many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yi Xian did not care so much now. He directly attacked. Without even seeing Yi Xian move, he directly broke the restriction set up by the people in the slave pavilion. Girl, are you all right? Yi Xian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death. What did you say? These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of this girl. I want to kill all these people. Yi Xian said the latter half of the sentence to Luo Qi. At this time, Luo Qi was dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yi Xian's strength had increased to the mid-true god realm, Yi Xian had only just leveled up. However, Yi Xian was facing 8 slave pavilion disciples who were not weaker than him. He did not hesitate to attack and even killed 2 of them in succession. Oh. Luo Qi was already stuttering. However, she quickly rushed to Fian's side and carefully protected her. Are you her master? At this time, the leading heavenly god looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian answer him? No, he would not. In Yi Xian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yi Xian slowly turned around and clenched the god-slaying sword in his hand. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beasts sword servants. However, Yi Xian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. Boy, since you are her master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price for this slave. Name a price. It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. Name a price? Okay, I'll give you a price. God-slaying slash. Chapter 2889. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Overbearing and domineering. The 10,000 or so ladle commanders also varied in size. The largest one had a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were about 10 of them, while the others were all about 3 meters tall. There were almost 10,000 of them. Whoosh! As it circled incessantly, the black weeping soul horn hovering above the million-soldier army appeared to be unable to make a decision. It was still circling even after a dozen seconds had passed. The million-strong army trembled and did not dare to act rashly in the face of all this. However, Xianxia and Barakai were the same. They had already stopped and looked ahead with shock and vigilance. Their minds were in a mess. After all, everything had happened too suddenly, and the result was so strange. It was just a black horn, but it could be so ferocious. It was simply unacceptable. As for the Mosquito Prince Xue Ben, he had already been taken into Yi Xian's beast ring when the black weeping soul horn pierced into the Void Ladle Emperor's back. On the one hand, he was worried that the black weeping soul horn would become interested in Xue Ben and turn around to deal with Xue Ben after absorbing the Void Ladle Emperor. After all, the latter was at least an origin realm existence. On the other hand, he was worried that Xue Ben would take the initiative to provoke the black weeping soul horn. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, when trouble really came, there was no way to avoid it. Besides, this so-called big trouble had actually come out of Yi Xian's body in the first place. It might not necessarily not come back after it was done with its business. The current situation was exactly the same. In his line of sight, the black weeping soul giant horn that was circling endlessly in the black hole in front of him hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it didn't attack again. It abruptly turned around, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black streak of light that shot towards the direction of Yi Xian and the master and servant. The speed at which it came seemed to be 30% faster than when it left. Moreover, as it rapidly approached, its enormous body, which was over 10 feet in size, was also rapidly changing during the process of shooting, just like before. The only difference was that when the black weeping soul horn shot out from Yi Xian's body, it was originally a black streak of light that was as small as a speck of dust. Then, it expanded with the wind and rapidly expanded. But now, as it turned around and shot back, the change in its shape happened to be the opposite of before. The originally huge black curved horn was also shrinking at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, so fast that it was shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of turning into a black light that was like a speck of dust and returning to the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Damn it! What does this guy think I am? A free lair or cave? Yi Xian saw through the black weeping soul horn's plan at a glance. As he cried out in alarm, his expression changed completely. Gloomy as water, a dark light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he had already summoned the Dongshu shuttle that he had kept in his body. Let's leave immediately. We can't let this damned black horn bother us again. The last sentence seemed to be directed at Barakai, who was beside him, but in fact, it was the portrayal of Yi Xian's true intentions. The reason why he kept the black weeping soul horn in his undying world was because he thought that it was extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary it was, in Yi Xian's eyes, this black horn was just a dead object. But now, it was completely different. When he thought about how the other party could easily kill the terrifying Void Ladybird Emperor in an instant, Yi Xian felt a chill down his back. Such a terrifying existence had been hiding in the undying world in his body for a period of time. This was simply too terrifying. Because of this, Yi Xian was almost scared senseless when he saw the black weeping soul horn turn around and head towards him. The only thought in his mind at this moment was to quickly leave this place, the faster the better. Swish! Just as he and Barakai's shoulders shook and their figures rushed into the Dongshu shuttle that Yi Xian had summoned, the black weeping soul horn whistled from afar. At this moment, at the same time Yi Xian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle, it turned into a black streak of light that was like a speck of dust and directly entered his body, disappearing in an instant. Bang! Bang! Seeing this scene from the corner of his eye, Yi Xian's heart suddenly trembled. He had just stepped into the Dongshu shuttle's inner cabin when he almost fell to the ground. Damned black horn, get the hell out here, In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's face had turned as white as a sheet of paper. He gritted his teeth and roared out loud, giving Hao Fangfang, who was in the cabin, a huge fright. She subconsciously replied, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me out? Why do you have to do with everything? Go play at the side." Yi Xian was almost angered to death. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Hao Fangfang, turned around and immediately rushed out of the Dongshu shuttle. Barakai did not ask any further and followed closely behind. The reason why he had taken out his battleship and quickly rushed into it was to escape from this place and avoid the entanglement of the Black Weeping Soul Horn. But now that he had successfully entered the immortal realm, there was no point in staying in the Dongshu shuttle. After all, the trouble with the Black Weeping Soul Horn was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. And outside the black hole, there were still a large number of void soldiers that needed to be dealt with urgently. Xiao! After Barakai followed closely behind and rushed out of the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand with a gloomy expression and immediately kept it into his body. Then, after pondering for a moment, he immediately asked the devouring system in his body about the Black Weeping Soul Horn. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed him greatly. The Black Weeping Soul Horn had already gone back and forth between the black hole and the undying world in Yizhuan's body, but the devouring system still knew nothing about it. What was more serious was that whether it was the devouring system or Yi Xian himself, they could no longer sense the whereabouts of the black horn. That thing was clearly in Yi Xian's body, but now, it seemed to have completely disappeared. No matter how hard Yi Xian tried, he could not find the whereabouts of the other party. Such a strange situation was simply unacceptable to Yi Xian, and he was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. After all, after refining the undying world, it had long been connected to his bloodline and could no longer be distinguished. But this Black Weeping Soul Horn ignored all of this unceremoniously. It could enter and leave as it pleased, but the key was that the other party was clearly in his body, and no matter how hard Yi Xian tried, he could not find a trace of it. It was simply too embarrassing. Chapter 2890. Consciousness Crystal and Essence Crystal. After struggling for a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down, and his fluctuating emotions also calmed down. With the terrifying strength of the Black Weeping Soul Giant Horn, if it really wanted to harm him, it would be useless to worry about it. He would not be able to resist at all. Since that was the case, it was better to put this matter to the back of his mind first and slowly think of a way to solve it later. At least from the current situation, the other party did not seem to have shown any ill intentions towards him. And the reason why this black horn refused to leave the undying world in his body was probably because of some other reasons. After thinking about it carefully, he might be able to find the crux of the problem and solve this matter. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. He finally threw this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. After calming down, he turned his head and glanced at the void army gathered in the black hole in the distance. At the same time, his figure also quickly flew over. Although the Void Ladybird Empress was dead, at the front of this army of millions of soldiers, there were still more than 10,000 giant soldier commanders. Among them, there were even 3 that were as large as 30 feet. Although they could not be compared to the Void Ladybird Empress that was nearly 20 meters in diameter, in Yi Xian's eyes, these 3 giant soldier commanders were still quite tempting. Without the Void Ladybird Empress, he could only choose the next best thing. It would not be bad to keep these 3 giant soldier commanders by his side. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian, who was once again filled with anticipation, quickly arrived in front of the army of 1,000,000 soldiers under the escort of Barakai. What surprised him was that all the soldiers in the army of millions, without exception, trembled when they saw him at this moment. It was exactly the same as when the Black Weeping Soul Giant Horn hovered in the black hole above them. This was clearly a sign of great fear. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and quickly came to a realization. It was obvious that the Void soldiers were not afraid of him, but the Black Weeping Soul Horn that had killed the Void Ladybird Empress in an instant. These Void soldier ladles had all witnessed the scene of the giant black horn rushing out of their bodies. Furthermore, after the black horn killed the Void Ladybird Empress, it had also rushed into their bodies. This scene was also witnessed by all the Void Soldier ladles. Under such circumstances, even he himself might not believe that the giant black horn had nothing to do with Yi Xian, let alone these Void Soldier ladles. The reason why these Void Soldiers immediately revealed such a fearful reaction when Yi Xian approached was because of this. To put it bluntly, it was just one sentence. In the eyes of these Void Soldiers, the current Yi Xian was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Regardless of whether he had the intention or not, the effect was definitely not fake. After realizing all this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. He didn't think too much about it and immediately forced the profound aura of the Void Essence Crystal out of his body with all his might. This aura was profound and invisible, and Yi Xian had never come into contact with it before. Obviously, it was unique to the Void Essence, and it was absolutely impossible to fake. In this regard, no one could deceive the Void Soldier ladles. They were originally subsidiary products of the Void Essence, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they came from the same source. It was precisely because of this that the Void Soldier ladle's acute perception of this aura was beyond doubt. Previously, Yi Xian was too far away. In addition, the amount of profound aura emitted by the Void Essence Crystal in his mind wasn't very large. This was why even a supreme expert like the Void Ladybird Emperor was unable to sense the aura within his body. And now, Yi Xian was standing right in front of this army of 1,000,000 Void Soldiers, and he was fully urging the profound aura in his sea of consciousness to spread out from his body. Under such circumstances, the Void Soldier ladles, who were the most sensitive to this aura, sensed it almost immediately. In a short period of time, all the Void Soldier ladles in the army of 1,000,000 looked up at Yi Xian in unison. At first, their eyes were filled with confusion, but gradually, as they acknowledged this aura, the eyes of all the Void Soldier ladles began to burn rapidly, and even the slight trembling of their bodies disappeared completely without them noticing. Obviously, they had acknowledged Yi Xian and regarded him as an existence similar to the Void Essence Crystal. This acknowledgement made all the Void Soldier ladles regard Yi Xian as the closest and most dependable existence. The extreme fear in their hearts naturally disappeared quietly. Ding! Mental crystal fluctuations have been detected. Except, just as Yi Xian was relieved to see the changes in the Void Soldier ladles, the notification from the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Mental crystal fluctuations? Could it be from the Void Soldier ladles in front of him? Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Guesses flashed through his mind, and after pondering for a moment, he immediately ordered the system to accept immediately. Immediately after that, Yi Xian felt a faint tremor in his sea of consciousness. It seemed to be from the Void Essence Crystal that was suspended in the sea of consciousness, separated from his spirit source core. The whole process did not last long. It only took a dozen seconds or so before the slight trembling from the sea of consciousness in his brain completely disappeared. Most likely, the so-called consciousness crystal's waves had all been received. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian discovered that some information had suddenly appeared in his mind. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately came to a realization. Obviously, this should be the fluctuation of the consciousness crystal that the Void Essence Crystal in his sea of consciousness had received. The Void Essence Crystal and the Void Soldier ladles originally came from the same source. Only the Void Essence Crystal could receive and analyze the mental crystal fluctuations from the Void Soldier ladles. The information that was analyzed by the Void Essence Crystal was directly imprinted into Yi Xian's mind through the devouring system. He only needed to think about it to understand everything in an instant. In just a few short seconds, Yi Xian had completely comprehended the information from the consciousness crystals that were transmitted through the devouring system. What surprised him was that there were actually 3 portions of the mental crystal fluctuations that he received. They were transmitted by the 3 giant ladle commanders that were about 10 meters in diameter. In the entire Void Soldier ladle clan, only these 3 8-star ladle kings and the 9-star ladle queen that had already fallen had a small mental crystal condensed in their bodies. Therefore, they had the ability to activate the mental crystal to form a special fluctuation and communicate with the Void Essence. It was worth mentioning that there was actually a similar mental crystal in the Void Essence's body, but its level was different. Therefore, it was called the Marrow Crystal. Chapter 2891. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Imprinting Space Coordinates. There were over 10 million Void Soldier ladles, but only the 9-star ladle Emperor and the 3 8-star ladles had condensed consciousness crystals in their bodies. This was enough to show the importance of the consciousness crystals in their bodies. The essence crystal that the Void Origin Marrow gave to the Devouring system had the same nature as the consciousness crystals in the 9-star ladle Emperor and the 3 8-star ladles. However, its grade was higher, so it was definitely more precious and important. Yi Xian did not know about this before, but now that he knew, he suddenly realized that this was clearly the Void Origin Marrow's funeral arrangements. After all, it would eventually completely fuse with Yi Xian's undying world, so it would not be useful to keep this Void Origin Marrow crystal. Giving it to Yi Xian probably meant that it was entrusting him to him. Yi Xian did not reject this. There were over 10 million Void Soldier ladles, and the 1 million Void Soldier ladles in front of him were merely the elites that followed the 9-star ladle Emperor. There were even more Void Soldier ladles roaming around in various regions of the vast black hole star domain. This was simply a dream army with terrifying combat power. Yi Xian could not wait to see it, so how could he reject accepting it? Through the information that was transmitted to his mind, Yi Xian now had a good understanding of the Void Soldier ladles. Apart from the number of Void Soldier ladles in the tens of millions, he also included the strength and grade of the 1 million Void Soldier ladles in front of him. The Void Soldier ladles were different from human powerhouses and demons. Even when compared to the various strange races in the universe, they were still considered the most unique type of existence. After all, the Void Soldier ladle's entire body was formed from crystals. Not only did they not have divine sense, spiritual power, or even brainwave, they could not be considered as pure existences. Because of this, although the Void Soldier ladles had different levels of strength, they could not be measured and classified by the cultivation realms in the universe. Because of this, even though Yi Xian was able to distinguish which soldiers were stronger and which were weaker, he was completely unable to determine their true combat strength. What exactly was their true combat strength like? Previously, Ba Kai had only been guessing about the Void Ladybird Emperor's cultivation. Because of this, he was unable to clearly discern the Ladybird Emperor's true strength. He only knew that it was definitely very strong, and that was all. However, Yi Xian had already understood all of this through the 3 pieces of information in his mind. According to the Devouring System's analysis, the Void Ladybird Empress's overall combat strength should be equivalent to a Starry Sky expert who had surpassed the Origin Realm, which was the 10th realm. As for what this realm was, Yi Xian had never come into contact with it, so the Devouring System did not know either. In the entire tribe, the other 3 8-star king ladles had condensed consciousness crystals in their bodies. Their overall combat strength was equivalent to the 9th realm of the Starry Sky expert, the Origin Realm. Behind these 3 8-star king ladles were tens of thousands of 7-star and 6-star king ladles. Their overall combat strength was equivalent to the 8th realm of the Starry Sky expert, the Black Hole Realm, and the 7th realm, the Galaxy Realm. After that, there were over 1 million ordinary soldiers. Their overall combat strength varied, but they were basically all at the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm or above. After all, this army of 1 million was made up of the elites of the tribe stationed around the Void Ladle Emperor's lair. In terms of overall combat strength, it was naturally impossible for them to be too weak. 3 8-star king ladles with Origin Realm strength. More than 10,000 7-star and 6-star king ladles with Black Hole Realm and Galaxy Realm strength. More than 1 million elite soldiers whose strength was at the 4th realm of the Planet Realm and above. This data was too shocking. Yi Xian's mind was immediately shaken. Immediately after, a wave of excitement surged into his heart, causing him to instantly feel as if he'd hit the jackpot and been smashed into his mouth by a meat pie that had fallen from the sky. Not to mention the other existences of the Void Ladybird tribe that were scattered all over the Black Hole Star field, just this 1 million-strong army in front of him would be able to go anywhere in the universe if he could bring them all with him. Although this was a little exaggerated, there was no doubt about the terrifying combat strength of this million-strong army in front of him. Unfortunately, this was only a thought in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't bring this million-strong army with him. After all, they basically represented the most elite strength of the entire drifting soldier tribe. Although there were still nearly 9 million ladybirds wandering around the black hole star field, they were all at the lowest level of 1-star and 2-star ladybirds. There were also 3-star and 4-star ladybirds, but there weren't many of them. It could be said that once this million-strong army was brought away, the black hole star field would no longer be the sole territory of the void ladybird tribe. There were countless experts and races in the universe, so who knew if some existences would coincidentally set their sights on this black hole star field? Moreover, Yi Xian was prepared to imprint his first coordinates in this place. After all, it was well hidden enough. In the future, when his system title was upgraded again and he gained the ability to teleport between planes, he could directly teleport to this place if he encountered a life-or-death crisis. Because it was in the black hole star field, Yi Xian would obviously have more protection if he was in danger. Therefore, this black hole star field had to be firmly held in his hands no matter what. Of course, this kind of control was actually achieved through the countless void ladybirds left in the black hole star field. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave behind enough elite troops. Only by being strong enough would he be able to ensure that this black hole star field wouldn't be lost. After pondering for a while, he quickly came to a final decision. Of the million-strong army in front of him, he only needed to bring away 100,000 of them. One of the Origin Realm 8-star ladybirds would be chosen. Half of the Black Hole Realm and Galaxy Realm 7-star and 6-star ladybirds would be taken away, which was 5,000. The remaining 95,000 would be chosen from the nearly 1 million void ladybirds. 100,000 void ladybirds was the limit of a single bastion's capacity. When the time came, all of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito would have to be moved to the same bastion. Apart from those responsible for the operation of the bastion's engine room on the 3rd floor, the rest of the bastion would be empty to accommodate the 100,000 void ladybirds. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to absorb them all into his body. He couldn't just carry them around everywhere, could he? After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately notified the devouring system of his decision, allowing the system to communicate with the Void Essence Crystal in his Sea of Consciousness. Through the Void Essence Crystal, it was finally transmitted to the 3 8-star king ladles in front of him, allowing them to quickly select and confirm these 100,000 elites. Chapter 2892. Going to the Demonic Emperor planet very soon, Yi Xian's decision was successfully conveyed through the devouring system and the Void Essence Crystal in his Sea of Consciousness after 2 transfers. It was indeed a little troublesome, but it couldn't be helped. Previously, Yi Xian had tried to communicate with the Void Essence Crystal, but it didn't respond to him at all. Since Yi Xian couldn't directly communicate with the Void Soldier Ladle, he had no choice but to do this. After arranging all of this, Yi Xian did not even bring along Ba Chai. He indicated for him to stay with the army and wait for him. After all, what he was going to do this time was to imprint his first coordinates in space. This did not seem to be of much use at the moment, but in the future, it would definitely become one of Yi Xian's most important life-saving skills. It was a matter of great importance, so even if it was a demon slave, he did not dare to reveal the exact coordinates. Very soon, he moved alone and quickly flew towards the dark and endless void of the Star Cave star field. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Yi Xian was still moving at top speed, heading towards the deepest end of the black hole region. The space coordinates that he had imprinted were the teleportation destination that he would use to escape at the critical moment of life and death. It was obviously not suitable to be too close to the entrance of this black hole space zone. The deeper he went, the safer it would be. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian ran for nearly 2 days in this unchanging void that was surrounded by endless darkness from beginning to end. Only when he was certain that even if he wasn't at the end of this black hole galaxy, it definitely wasn't too far away did he finally stop. It was too boring. Even though the end was not far away, Yi Xian was not willing to continue. Usually, when he was traveling alone in the boundless void, there would at least be countless large and small stars appearing from time to time. However, in this black hole space, there was nothing. After being bored for so long, even if he just wanted to change his field of vision and see different sceneries, it would only be wishful thinking. In less than 2 days, Yixian felt like 2 whole months had passed. To be safe, Yixian circled around the void once again. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, not even a single void soldier ladle, he landed and communicated with the devouring system in his body to understand the specific steps and method of imprinting the space coordinates. In less than half an hour, Yixian was fully aware of all of this. Although the location he chose in this black hole void was to be the destination of the starry sky teleportation in the future, since it was the starry sky coordinates, all the other conditions and arrangements needed for the teleportation, such as the teleportation platform, restriction formation, and the like, were naturally unnecessary. After all, it was the exclusive ability of the starry sky title that came with the devouring system. It would be unreasonable if it was not more advanced. The coordinates that he had imprinted were actually a primordial spirit imprint. Once it was imprinted, then Yixian's primordial spirit imprint would fuse with the space he was currently in. It would be fixed and exist here for eternity. Moreover, there was no trace of it, nor was there the slightest trace of its aura. This was because it had already completely fused with a certain point in the space. Only when Yixian activated an interstellar teleportation in a distant galaxy would the function of the imprint be instantly revealed. Within the same universe, regardless of the distance, it would form some sort of invisible connection with Yixian's imprint in the blink of an eye. Then, like a beacon, it would guide his interstellar teleportation to this place. After understanding all of this, Yixian was completely relieved. Previously, he was worried that if the imprinting of the coordinates took too long, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not be discovered by some coincidental beings. But now, it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. The soul imprint had completely fused with the void. Even if he deliberately searched for it, it was obvious that there would not be any results. With his mind at ease, Yixian immediately ordered the devouring system to start imprinting the coordinates of the star coordinates. Soon, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, guiding Yixian step by step to start the imprinting of the coordinates. The whole process was basically not too complicated. It was just refining a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed by various means into a special brand. Then, this primordial spirit brand would be shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it with the void, fitting it, and finally completely fusing with it in the end. However, these few words sounded simple, but in the actual process, it was obviously not so. First of all, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of one's own soul was already difficult to describe with words. Then, after separating this strand of soul, Yixian could not immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomforts of the injured soul, force himself to be alert, and use different and complicated methods again and again to continuously condense this strand of soul. This process took more than half a day. Afterwards, Yixian also had to focus on the entire process as he fused the successfully condensed primordial spirit imprint into the space before him. From connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit imprint with the primordial spirit imprint, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from the beginning to the end. He was even a little on edge. After all, if the fusion failed, everything would have to start all over again. In that case, experiencing the pain of the soul being separated again was not a big deal. The key was that 2 days had passed. If this continued, Yixian would not be able to make it in time for the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial on the Devil Emperor planet. This was something that Yixian could not miss no matter what. Fortunately, the final result was more daunting than dangerous. Just once, Yixian's first star coordinates successfully and perfectly fused into the chosen black hole void. After all this was done, the entire void was completely different from before. Even Yixian himself could not feel the presence of that strand of soul imprint. This result made him click his tongue in wonder, and the last strand of worry in his heart finally dissipated completely. After that, Yixian immediately left the void. He rushed towards the path he came from at an extremely fast speed for half a day before waving his hand and summoning the Dongshu shuttle within his body. After all, he had spent a full day and a half on the way here. If this continued, he would waste another day on the way back. But if he used the Dongshu shuttle to rush back at full speed, he would be able to reach the place where he had parted with Ba Chai in half a day. At that time, he would only need to spend a little more time to arrange the 100,000 void soldiers into a space fortress. Then Yi Xian could leave this black hole void and rush to the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. Chapter 2893. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Waliqing was flushed with success. The ferocious mosquito, which had been carrying the 10 candidates to the demonic emperor planet for the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial, had departed from the Black Mosquito domain 10 days in advance. By the time they had passed by the black hole in the middle section of their journey, they had already spent 3 full days on the journey. It was also at this time that the ferocious mosquito had been destroyed. Less than half of the 10,000 demonkin experts inside the bastion had perished, while the rest had entered a stellar-level warship that Zhuanggu had prepared beforehand. The Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commander, Zhuangtai, had paid a hefty price to obtain this warship from outside the demonkin domain. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumps like the Bastion, but its interior also utilized the Tianji clan's perfect space folding technology. Therefore, although the exterior of the warship was the same as an ordinary stellar-level warship, with a length of only 3,000 meters, the interior space was very large. It could definitely accommodate more than 10,000 demonkin experts. That day, this special stellar-level warship called the Fengting had successfully performed a long-distance space jump at the same time as the ferocious mosquito bastion had completely disintegrated. Zhuanggu and Liqing, uncle and niece, had laughed and celebrated in private. Although they had lost thousands of demonkin, neither the uncle nor Zhuangtai, the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, actually cared about this at all. It was the ferocious mosquito bastion and some of its resources that they felt rather regretful about. However, in Zhuangtai's view, this was not a problem. After all, on the surface, the ferocious mosquito bastion had been destroyed by a normal accident. Under such circumstances, he could very well request for another bastion to be sent over as a replacement. In this way, the father and son had actually not suffered any losses. On the contrary, they had gotten rid of Zhang Wuji, a super freak with a terrifying level 5 spirit source core at the first level of the meteor realm. No matter how one looked at it, this was a huge gain. After all, it was obvious that the father and son duo had fallen out with Zhang Wuji. If they did not get rid of him as soon as possible, it would be the end of the world for the father and son once the young man grew up with his abnormal spiritual power and innate talent. Moreover, if they did not get rid of this person with his terrifying psychic talent, everyone else from the Black Mosquito tribe who had gone to the Holy Sun trial, including Liqing, who had originally thought that he was a scholar prince, without exception, Liqing. The Black Mosquito tribe's new saint was this person. And now, with the fall of Zhang Wuji, the title of Holy Sun had undoubtedly returned to Liqing's hands. This was something he was extremely certain of, without the slightest bit of suspense. Although the Black Mosquito tribe's bastion had departed 10 days earlier, before the ferocious mosquito had been destroyed, half of the journey behind them had already taken 3 days. In other words, the Rising Ting had a full 7 days to cover the other half of the journey. Although its ability to jump through space was not comparable to that of a real bastion, it was definitely not inferior by more than half. According to Zhuanggu's estimation, the ferocious mosquito bastion should have only needed 3 days to cover the distance, but with the Rising Ting, they would need at most 4 days to cover the distance. Based on this calculation, they clearly had 3 days to spare. Even so, Zhuanggu did not dare to relax in the slightest. He spent most of his time in the Rising Ting's control room, overseeing and supervising. After all, this trial was related to the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun's position. Whether Zhuangtai's faction could succeed or not, it was no longer the same as before. It was always under the control of the High Priest, Greybone Lei. Therefore, Zhuanggu did not dare to take it lightly. As for Liqing, since his greatest enemy, Zhang Wuji, had been schemed against and died in the area of the black hole, he was a different person. He was very proud of his success. During the next few days of the voyage, Zhuo Liqing had nothing to do, so he mingled with the other 7 sage-to-be. Obviously, these 7 guys knew that they were only here to accompany the crown prince in his studies, so they had already accepted it. Therefore, their words and actions were almost flattering. After 4 days, Zhuo Liqing, who was getting more and more complacent, was almost sent to heaven. On the evening of the 4th day, Zhuo Hongwu, who had been overseeing the Rising Teng's control room, personally came to greet them, saying that they would arrive at the Demon Emperor planet the next morning. He asked them to rest well so that they would not be impolite tomorrow. At this time, Zhuo Liqing and the other 7 suddenly realized that they did not have to meet again this time. They all returned to their own villas and caves to properly prepare. In fact, even Zhuo Liqing, as the young master of the Black Mosquito tribe, was inexplicably nervous when he realized that they would arrive at the Demon Emperor planet the next morning. Even he had never been to the Demon Emperor planet. It was not that he did not have the opportunity. After all, among the 10 tribes of the Demon tribe, each tribe had a space fortress. Although it was not used often, it was basically necessary to go to the Demon Emperor planet at least once a year. As long as Zhuo Liqing was willing as the young master of the tribe, he could go with him. In fact, there was a reason why he had never been there before. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of trouble. The Demon Emperor planet was the main planet of the Demon tribe. In addition to the Supreme Demon Emperor, there was also the High Priest. And there was more than one. One of them happened to be from the Black Mosquito tribe. His name was Wenxing, and he was the former High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. At that time, the current High Priest, Huegu, was only the holy son of the tribe. Because of this relationship, it was not a big deal to visit the other experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, but Zhuo Liqing was the young master of the tribe. If he came to the Demon Emperor planet and did not pay a special visit, it would be a great breach of etiquette. It was even possible that he would be misunderstood by High Priest Wenxing. In case he had a grudge against the Zhuo family of the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be a big joke. Because of this, Zhuo Fengtai did not allow Zhuo Liqing to go to the Demon Emperor planet at will. He was afraid that Zhuo Liqing would accidentally offend Wenxing, and he would not even know it. Coincidentally, Wenxing was extremely disgusted by this kind of boring thing, so his interest in going to the Demon Emperor planet to broaden his horizons gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. At this moment, the reason why Zhuo Liqing felt slightly nervous was because of High Priest Wenxing. Although he had never seen this person before, it was rumored that his strength was quite terrifying. He had already broken through the origin stage and entered the 10th great stage, the Heavenly Passage stage. In addition, his spirit source core had reached a terrifying level 6, which was second only to the Demon Emperor, who had a level 7 source core. Chapter 2894. Destination: Demonic Emperor planet. After successfully integrating his first set of coordinates into a corner of the black hole galaxy, Yixian summoned his Dongshu shuttle and entered it. Immediately, he pushed the shuttle to its limits and returned to where he came from at top speed. As soon as the matter in front of him was done, the anxiety in his heart that he had been suppressing became more and more uncontrollable. For Yixian, this opportunity to become the Black Mosquito tribe's chosen was not something he could miss no matter what. After all, this was his only chance to enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be able to obtain the multi-pupil crystal, and he would not be able to rapidly develop the immortal rank superbrain fragment that served as the intelligence center of his interstellar communicator. If that was really the case, then Yixian would probably be extremely depressed. It was an immortal rank superbrain fragment that should have possessed a more powerful interstellar communicator, but because of its slow growth, it could only display the abilities of an ordinary superbrain. It was no different from holding a dragon slayer stallion in his hand, but could only chop firewood in the backyard every day. It would be strange if he was not depressed. 2.5 days had passed since the destruction of Ferocious Mosquito. Before that, the ship had already spent 3 days on the first half of the journey. For Yixian, even if he were to leave immediately, he would only have 4.5 days left. If he were to run into some other small accident along the way, he would be even more pressed for time. Even if the Black Mosquito or Black Wind were to hurry along, there was no guarantee that they would arrive on time. Because of this, Yi Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle after hurrying back. With a wave of his hand, he put it back into the undying world within his body. After all, it was not appropriate for Hao Fangfang to know what was to come. In front of them, the army of 1,000,000 soldiers had long since been divided into two parts. The smaller part was the 100,000 soldiers that Yi Xian had requested to take away. At the very front was an 8-star king ladle that was around 10 meters in diameter. Its overall combat strength was equivalent to an origin stage expert, and it was most likely in existence that was much stronger than Xue Ben. After all, the latter was only at the first level of the origin realm. After retracting his gaze, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito and Black Wind bastions from his undying world. At the same time, he used his psychic energy to connect with the two bastions' central AI superbrains and used them to relay his orders to Buck and the other high-ranking members of the Demonslavs. It didn't take long for all of the demons to leave the Black Wind and return to the Black Mosquito. However, none of the demons on the third floor moved. After all, they needed someone to take care of the engine and warehouse areas. As for the fourth floor above, the Demonkin servants and guards were all there, including the Demonkin think tank who was in charge of the central control room of the fourth floor. Apart from that, the lower two levels were basically empty. The second level of the demonic dwellings was empty without a single demonic dweller expert. It was enough to house tens of thousands of void soldiers. As for the other half, they were naturally placed in the first level of the Myriad Hell. Although there were still thousands of Federation powerhouses there, they would probably be stunned to see so many strange insects move in and live with them. But this wasn't something Yi Xian had time to think about. The cages were closed anyway, and the void soldiers couldn't get in. As long as they weren't eaten like meat, it was fine. Soon, all of the demons on the Black Wind Bastion had left. Yi Xian immediately used his devouring system to contact the void marrow crystal in his knowledge. Once the order was given, the army of 100,000 void soldiers soared into the air like a black wave. One after another, they disappeared into the main passage of the Black Wind's light barrier. At this point, all of the forces that Yi Xian had gathered from the front and back had been temporarily arranged. The lower two levels of the Black Wind had 100,000 void soldiers, while the lower level of the Black Mosquito, the Myriad Hell, had 10 million mosquito beasts. The reason so many mosquito beasts could be accommodated was because the mosquito beasts weren't that big. Moreover, they were used to building their nests in the air. The Myriad Hell's large space was used to the fullest. As for the upper three levels of the Black Mosquito, the top level was still the same. Li Mosquito, Nabashan, Bachai, and the other confidants had been given the authority to activate the portal to the top level. Du Wenxuan and Du Wenxuan were the same. In the future, Yi Xian's confidants would be settled in the third and fourth levels of the Black Mosquito. The second level below was occupied by 5,000-man brigades of fiend slaves. A total of 5,000 fiend slaves were stationed there. 4 of the 1,000-man brigades of fiend slaves had just been transferred from the Black Wind. Only one of them was the original 1,000-man brigade of fiend slaves from the Black Mosquito. Its chiliarch was Zhang Qingyu. As for the other brigade of fiend slaves from the Black Mosquito, they were still led by Gui Haidao in the greatly expanded Dongshu shuttle. It was the same for the wretched Mosquito Slayer. After arranging the two bastions, Yi Xian's last consideration was his Dongshu shuttle. Right now, he had too much power in his hands, but it was basically not something that could be easily exposed. For example, the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts at the bottom of the Black Mosquito ship. Although the aura they released together was definitely astonishing, it also instantly pushed Yi Xian to the cusp of the storm. Besides, it was inconvenient to take out the bastions at any time. Lu Wenxuan had added the perfect space folding technology to his Dongshu shuttle. Its internal space had expanded by 100 times and was even divided into 3 levels. Hao Fangfang and Yi Xian were usually in the main control room on the top level. The former obviously did not have the authority to enter the 2 levels below. Therefore, he was completely unaware that the 1,000-man brigade of fiend slaves led by Gui Hai Dao and the wretched mosquito slayer were on the second level in the middle. In addition, the largest space had a central plaza. The bottom level was basically empty. After some hesitation, Yi Xian decided to divide the first level into 3 areas. The center would be the plaza, and the 2 sides would be occupied by 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly selected the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. There were 200 of them from the 3rd realm, planet level, to the 8th realm, black hole level. In this way, Yi Xian would be able to use the forces of different realms at any time under different circumstances. Yi Xian then took out the Dongshu shuttle again. Of course, to prevent Hao Fangfang from peeking at him from the top level, Yi Xian directly turned off some functions. Then, he let the 1,000 mosquito beasts and soldier ladles all enter the first level below. After everything was settled, Yi Xian immediately closed the black light membrane between the 2 bastions and put them away into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Chapter 2895. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 1 Emperor, 2 guards. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle had successfully completed the 6th fusion with the Dongshu shuttle, which had a perfect internal folding space created by Old Man Du Now. Like his Devil Blood Star Tears sword and indestructible glass armor, it had become an epic-class Starry Sky treasure ship. Not to mention its functions. In addition to the internal folding space and the upgraded version of the Star Destroyer cannon, there were several types of eternal formations engraved on the hull of the ship: acceleration formation, defense formation, concealment formation, transmission formation, and so on. It was simply dazzling. It could be said that this epic-class small private warship, after being meticulously built by Yi Xian more than 6 times, was now absolutely a rare treasure in the outside world. Oh, right, it had also been integrated with a small private warship called the Black Hole Warship, so it had the same sturdy hull as a stellar-level large warship, which could withstand the tearing force of the void produced by the wormhole jump. But even so, being able to withstand the crushing force of the wormhole jump did not mean that it had the ability to open the wormhole jump at any time. The Dongshu shuttle had the transmission formation, which could teleport both the passengers and the ship away, but this kind of teleportation and wormhole jump were 2 completely different concepts. Simply put, no matter how far the distance of teleportation was, it was just that. But wormhole jump was different. Generally, it could directly cross the distance of a galaxy, which was far beyond the reach of a simple transmission. In fact, even a stellar-level large warship with a length of 3,000 meters did not have the ability to autonomously connect wormholes and open the wormhole jump at any time and anywhere. For a stellar-level warship of this level, if it wanted to perform a long-distance wormhole jump, it had to first rush to a natural wormhole that had long been discovered and enter it before it could open the wormhole jump. Zhuohongwu's warship was an exception. In this aspect, it was clearly specially added. Just like Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, it had various abilities that other small private warships of the same type did not have. However, the fact that the Dongshu shuttle could not connect to space wormholes was obviously a shortcoming. Because of this, Yi Xian had no choice but to take the risk and use the Black Wind. Otherwise, with the short-distance space transmission of the Dongshu shuttle, it would be too late by the time he arrived at the demonic Emperor planet. After returning to the Void Hole shuttle and rushing out of the Black Hole of Life, Yi Xian continued to travel for more than 2 hours before finally stopping in a desolate void. This time, only he and Ba Chai walked out of the Void Hole shuttle. As for Hao Fangfang, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him know about the Black Wind Battlestar. However, considering that he was the only one left on the top floor of the Void Shuttle, and that it was unlikely that he would be able to take out the Void Shuttle from the undying world within his body in the next few days, before Yi Xian and Ba Chai left, he specially went to the second floor below and brought the wretched mosquito butcher over. He didn't want to lock up a nagging fellow like Hao Fangfang alone for the next few days, so that she wouldn't go crazy from holding it in. The reason he personally went down to the middle floor was because Yi Xian didn't give the wretched mosquito slayer access to the different floors of the Dongshu shuttle. Ever since Yi Xian had taken him in as his demon slave, he had improved a lot compared to before. However, from time to time, he would still display some extremely unreliable behavior. This was something that Yi Xian could only attribute to the fact that it was hard to change one's nature. But from then on, Yi Xian had to keep an eye out for this wretch. Who knew what kind of trouble he would stir up in the future? With a wave of his hand, he stored the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world. Yi Xian immediately summoned the Black Wind and activated its concealment formation. This was to avoid being seen on the way to the demonic Emperor planet. After all, this was one of the 10 great demonic tribes' scout fortresses. There were probably quite a few demonic experts who recognized it. After that, Yi Xian and Barakai entered the Black Wind and immediately gave the order to travel at full speed. At the same time, they activated the wormhole connection mode. Once they successfully connected to a stable wormhole, they would immediately jump through it. In addition, Yi Xian specifically reminded them to stop as soon as they got close to the demonic Emperor planet. They couldn't enter rashly, so as to avoid being exposed. After explaining all this, Yi Xian didn't need to ask about the itinerary. If anything unexpected happened, the demonic slaves would come and report. After all, although the demonic experts on the Black Wind had been subdued by Yi Xian and became his slaves, their knowledge of the demonic Emperor planet hadn't been erased. It was impossible that the Black Wind hadn't been to the demonic Emperor planet before, so the rest of the journey was as easy as a walk in the park for them. Yi Xian's questions were unnecessary. Taking advantage of the time, he directly sat down on the leather sofa in the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Wind. Then, through the personal space communication system in his body, he directly connected to the internal space network of the Black Wind and issued a conditional search to retrieve all the information about the Devil Emperor planet for research. The Black Wind's superbrain had some of this information. After all, this was an important military base under the protection of the 10 scouts of the Demonkin tribes. It had to be stored in the Black Wind's database for easy access. Through the information in the Black Wind's database, Yi Xian quickly gained a general understanding of the demonic Emperor planet. The demonic Emperor planet was located at the center of the Demonkin galaxy. Although it was commonly referred to as the demonic Emperor planet, it wasn't actually a single planet. Instead, it was composed of a main planet and 2 smaller satellites that orbited the main planet. These 2 smaller satellites were called Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2. They were only small in comparison to the Demon Imperial Star. In fact, Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2 were about the same size as the main stars of the top 10 demon tribes. For example, the main star of the Star Mosquito tribe was the Black Mosquito Star. The main star, the Demon Emperor Star, which these 2 subsidiary satellites revolved around, was a rather rare giant star. The diameter of the star was several times the size of Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2. The surface area of the star was even wider, so it was easy to imagine how vast it was. To make an analogy, 3 stars placed together were basically the difference between 2 apples and a watermelon. There were also many demon dwellers residing on the 2 satellites, but the Demon Emperor Star had even more demon dwellers. Each of the 10 demon tribes had 10 demon stars. Although each demon star only had about 10,000 scouts, if the ordinary demon civilians were included, the total population of each demon star was in the hundreds of thousands. The smallest one was 30, and the largest one was 50. In other words, the total population of a Demonkin tribe was between 3 and 5 million. The total population of the 10 tribes was between 30 and 50 million. The total population of the demonic Emperor planet's 1 main planet and 2 satellites was also over 30 million. In other words, nearly half of the entire Devil Dweller race lived on these 3 central stars, Zeta. Chapter 2896. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The secrets of the source Koreas for the environment. The demonic Emperor planet had 1 emperor, 2 satellite, and 3 other planets. All of them were of the best quality with pleasant scenery and a comfortable climate. The entire demonic Emperor planet was located in the central demonic Emperor planet, which was surrounded by 2 satellites. 2/3 of the demonic Emperor planet was covered by land and only 1/3 by sea. The demonic Emperor city, the core of the demonic Emperor planet, was located in a vast plain in the central region of the entire continent. The demonic emperor city was not just a single city. It was also divided into two major regions. The central inner city was the imperial city region, and the wider area surrounding the imperial city region was the outer city region. Like the other demonic emperor planets, the demonic emperor planet did not have the astral defense array that was commonly found in the various administrative planets of the third world. In other words, the atmosphere of these three planets could be entered at will. No one would stop you, whether you directly traversed the void and landed on the inner part of the planet or drove a warship. However, in the demonic emperor city, one could not fly at will, let alone take out a warship. Once such a situation occurred, the demonic emperor guards in the city would immediately take action. This flight restriction was not only applied to the sky above the imperial city region, but also to the wider sky above the outer city. Within 100 miles of the outer city, one could only fly at low altitudes. Warships and the like were not allowed to be used either. As for the structure of power, it was similar to the feudal monarchies of the ancient human race. The demonic emperor was supreme, and there were civil and military officials under him. The commanders of the 10 major tribes were equivalent to the kings of different territories. Unlike the feudal monarchies of the ancient human race, the demonic emperor was not only revered, but his personal strength was also the strongest on the demonic emperor planet and even among the entire demonic emperor race. It was said that in the entire demonic emperor planet, there were at least 5 supreme masters who had reached the Grotto Heaven realm, the 10th stage of the demonic emperor planet. As for the 9th stage, the origin stage, which was below the Grotto Heaven realm, there were obviously more of them. Among the less than 10 supreme beings at the Grotto Heaven realm, the demonic emperor's cultivation base was publicly recognized as the strongest. However, no one knew exactly what level he was at the Grotto Heaven realm. Nevertheless, everyone knew the level of the demonic emperor's mind. The demon emperor's mind source core had already undergone 6 transformations and evolutions, so it had already reached the 7th level. This was a unique existence in the entire demonic race. In fact, the level of the spirit origin core was slightly inferior to the demon emperor's. A demon cultivator who had reached the 6th level was definitely a rarity in the entire demon emperor. Even if all the level 6 origin cores on the 1 emperor, 2 guards, and 3 stars of the demon cultivator star region were added together, they still wouldn't be able to make up the number of people on both hands. Xianxia only knew of 2 people from the Black Winds database. However, he had heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Mosquito Beast planet mention that on the Demonic Emperor planet, there were 3 Demonic Emperor royals with level 6 spirit cores, who were even more senior than the current Demonic Emperor. According to what Xian had learned from the Black Winds database, one of them was the great commander of the Demonic Emperor's guards, who had a supreme Grotto Heaven realm cultivation base, Xianxia. The other person was Wuxia, who had left the Black Mosquito tribe and entered the Demonic Emperor planet because he had been recognized by the Demonic Emperor. He had been promoted from the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest to the imperial capital's high priest. Xian had heard of the fact that the latter's spirit core was at the 6th level. Wuxia was also a supreme powerhouse with a Grotto Heaven realm cultivation base. Wuxia and Xianxia were the 2 most powerful existences in the Demonic Emperor star region. In the entire Demonic Emperor star region, they were second only to the Demonic Emperor. Their high status and great authority were second to none in the entire Demonic Emperor race. The only difference was that the great commander of the Demonic Emperor guards, Xianxia, was in charge of the security of the entire Demonic Emperor city and the surrounding areas. High Priest Wuxia represented the Demonic Emperor in managing the Demonic Saint Ancestral Temple, which was also located in the central area of the imperial capital. At the same time, High Priest Wuxia was also in charge of the 10 Great Tribes' Holy Test. As for the entrance to the Demonic Saint Forbidden Land, it was also in the imperial capital and not far from the Demonic Saint Ancestral Temple. However, the people in charge of guarding this place were all descendants of the Demonic Emperor's bloodline. This showed how important the Demonic Saint Forbidden Land was to the Demonic Emperor's bloodline. It was said that the Demonic Emperor, who had single-handedly expanded the entire demonic race, had obtained an opportunity from the Demonic Saint Forbidden Land. The demonic emperor's spirit core was the highest level existence in the history of the demonic race. After 7 transformations and evolutions, it had reached level 8. When he saw this, Xian suddenly thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had left a spiritual imprint in his Sea of Consciousness that could protect Xian's Sea of Consciousness from being probed by any demonic race powerhouse with a higher level of source core. Although Xian didn't know how to respond to this spiritual imprint, the Mad Mosquito Emperor wouldn't lie to him about this. However, what made Xian a little suspicious was that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had claimed that his source core level was the same as the demonic emperor's, which was level 8. He had even said with a sigh that if one source core couldn't reach level 9, they would be nothing more than ants. It was as if he didn't take his level 8 source core seriously at all. As he thought about this, Xian unknowingly became distracted and started to speculate about the mysteries of the demonic race's source core. It just so happened that he had finished reading all the information he had obtained from the central database of the Black Wind's superbrain. Xian casually took out a small spatial pagoda that contained a large number of weeping soul beasts from his undying world. Then he took out a few weeping soul beasts from the pagoda and began to absorb the spirit source energy with ease. Unknowingly, for days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Xian, who had entered a state of cultivation, was so engrossed in it that he didn't notice the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Ba Chai came in front of him and carefully extended his spiritual power to remind Xian that he abruptly woke up. The weeping soul beasts that had taken out the small spatial tower had also finished absorbing the spirit origin, so he immediately got up and waved his hand to absorb the small black horns scattered all over the ground into his body. Then he asked Ba Chai about the Black Wind's journey through space. Xian was immediately shocked by this question. Unknowingly, a full 4 days had passed since he had absorbed the weeping soul beasts. No wonder he felt that the small black horns on the ground were densely packed. There were clearly too many of them. Fortunately, although there was a small accident along the way that delayed them quite a bit of time, the Black Wind finally arrived at the demonic Emperor star system after 4 days of space travel. Now, according to Xian's instructions, the Black Wind had stopped at a secluded side of an abandoned dead star. Furthermore, the concealment formation had been activated all along. Although this place wasn't very close to the demonic Emperor star, with the speed of Xian's Dongshu shuttle, they would be able to reach it in less than half a day. Chapter 2897. The Mosquito Slayer was as strange as ever. Time was already running out, so Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately escaped from the Black Wind Battlestar with Ba Chai and Ba Chai, then raised his hand and stored it back into the undying world within his body. Only then did Xian immediately take out the Dongshu shuttle and enter the cabin with Ba Chai. Originally, Xian wanted to activate the Dongshu shuttle immediately and head for the demonic Emperor planet at top speed. However, as soon as he stepped into the cabin, everything he saw and heard was so shocking that he almost trembled. Even the thought of making the best use of his time was gone. In his line of sight, Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher's actions were clearly filled with a thick sense of strangeness. The wretched mosquito butcher was actually like a lord, spreading his body and leaning on the animal skin sofa. Although Hao Fangfang was also sitting at the side, his hands were clearly hugging the wretched mosquito butcher's smelly feet at this moment. Furthermore, she had taken off her shoes and socks, and even her pants were rolled up by 2 layers. She was clearly massaging the wretched mosquito slayer's feet with a fawning expression on her face. The latter, on the other hand, was lying on his back with his eyes slightly closed. His face was filled with bliss and satisfaction, and he was even humming softly from his mouth and nose. When the sound entered Xian's ears, it instantly made his hair stand on end. All the hairs on his body stood on end. What made him feel even stranger was that the wretched mosquito slayer in front of him was looking more and more like the wretched mosquito slayer when he had pretended to be subdued by his slave seal. This expression, this demeanor, and that hair-raising sound like an old cat crying out in spring, no one who saw or heard this would ever associate it with the existence of a demon slave. "Master, you've come." At this moment, the the wretched mosquito slayer who was squinting his eyes on the sofa coincidentally saw the sudden appearance of Yixian and Ba Chai through his slightly squinted eyes. He immediately retracted his pair of smelly feet, and with a sincere smile on his face, he nodded and bowed towards Yixian. On the other hand, Hao Fangfang's expression clearly did not show the slightest bit of awkwardness or distress. It was as if his action of ordering the servant girl to knead the wretched mosquito slayer's smelly feet was completely justified and justified. There must be something wrong here. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian sized up the wretched mosquito butcher with a suspicious look in his eyes. Then, he asked Ba Chai to take him back to the second level below. As for himself, he immediately activated the Dongshu shuttle, which had activated the concealment formation, and flew toward the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. As for the strangeness between Hao Fangfang and the wretched mosquito butcher, although Yixian's heart was filled with suspicion, it wasn't the time to think about such things right now. After he was done with the urgent matters in front of him, he would have the time to slowly investigate. Yixian did not slack at all as he activated the shuttle with all his might. After half a day, in front of the Dongshu shuttle, in the void of the galaxy, one big, two small, and three planets with green eyes finally appeared. Obviously, they had finally arrived at the Devil Emperor planet. If there was enough time, Yixian would have chosen to stop at a distance, then stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle, put it away, and once again traversed the void with his physical body to enter the Devil Emperor planet. However, there were only 4 hours left before the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial test officially began, and there was still a short distance to the Devil Emperor planet. In addition, after entering the interior of the Devil Emperor planet, due to its unusually large size, the surface of the planet in the atmosphere was especially vast. If he traversed the void with his physical body, he would have to spend a little more than half of the last 4 hours. If there were any other accidents, he was afraid that he would really miss the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial test. Considering this, Yixian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made up his mind and directly activated the Dongshu shuttle, flying toward the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. Soon after, the Dongshu shuttle, which had activated the concealment formation, was like an invisible meteor, rapidly plunging into the atmosphere of the Devil Emperor planet. After a brief period of hazy fog, the view in front of the battleship was instantly reflected in a large expanse of lush greenery. This was clearly the best planet for habitation. Green mountains and rivers filled the eyes, and there was not much difference between this planet and the administrative planet where the human race lived in the third universe. Even the buildings were roughly similar, but the style was quite different. Yixian only glanced at it a few times, then withdrew his mind and directly issued an order to the personal star communication system in his body, allowing it to connect to the star network of the Devil Emperor planet. He then launched a conditional search to obtain the geographical information of the Devil Emperor planet, as well as the location of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, which was used for the Holy Sun trial test, as well as other information. If he was in the territory of the human race in the third universe, facing such an imperial city, which was far from comparable to an ordinary administrative planet, Yixian would naturally not be so careless as to directly connect to the star network, considering that the central superbrain of his personal star communication system was still in a fragmented state. But if he was in the Devil domain, then there was nothing to worry about. Although the Devil race had submitted to the Tianji race, they also had technological applications in various aspects, such as battleships, which were basically products based on technological elements, were extremely common in the Devil domain. However, all of the Demon domain's planets in this star field, without exception, did not have the normal star defense system of the third universe's human race. In that case, even if they actually had the starry sky network, even if the star in front of them was an important place for the entire demon race, Yixian didn't need to analyze to be sure that the level of the starry sky superbrain used by the Demon Emperor star's starry sky network definitely wasn't that high. Since that was the case, even if his personal star communication system was based on a fragmented piece of the superbrain, Yixian believed that the other party would definitely not discover that the communication system had been hacked. The facts soon confirmed his guess. In just a few minutes, the information Yixian needed was automatically imported into his mind by the communication system. At the same time, there was also an evaluation result of the internal star network of the Devil Emperor planet. The result given by the communication system was very simple, but the conclusion was very firm. Ordinary star network system can be connected, can be merged. Risk probability, less than 0.1%. The risk probability was less than 1 in 10,000. This was clearly a rhythm that could destroy the other party at will. Yixian immediately grinned and at the same time, quickly flipped through the information received in his mind. After confirming the location of the Devil Emperor planet, he immediately activated the battleship and rushed over at top speed. Chapter 2898. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales opening of the trial. After landing in the forest, Yixian immediately brought Hao Fangfang out of the cabin and kept the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. At this point, his heart that had been hanging in the air all this time was finally completely put down. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at their destination about 2 hours before the trial officially opened. The Devil Imperial City was just a few hundred miles away. With such a short distance, given Yixian and Hao Fangfang's cultivation level, they would be able to enter the city before the trial started even if they had to walk. After feeling slightly relieved, Yixian suddenly thought of Hao Fangfang's question. However, it was not about the wretched mosquito slayer. Instead, it was about the fact that after spending the past few days with Yixian, Yixian had unintentionally discovered many of Yixian's secrets. Yixian originally wanted to give a few words of advice. However, on second thought, if Yixian could really keep his mouth shut, there was no need for him to say anything. If it was the other way around, what was the point of giving a few words of advice? Thinking like this, Yixian immediately cut off this thought. In any case, what the other party knew was just some unimportant things. Yixian didn't dare to expose the truly important secrets in front of him. Wuji, are you worried that Luan will be a blabbermouth and reveal some of your little secrets? What surprised him was that even though Yixian did not intend to mention this matter, Hao Fangfang took the initiative to ask. However, in her tone, there was a hint of resentment. In your heart, Luan Xian is such a person. You have really hurt Luan Xian's feelings. You have really disappointed Luan Xian. Stop. It was just a few simple words, but they caused all the hairs on Yixian's body to stand on end. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly interrupted him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he turned around and rushed out of the dense forest. Let's hurry up and leave. We only have 2 hours, and this demon imperial city is not small. I'm afraid we'll need some time to find the Saint Demon Forbidden area. After saying that, Yixian's figure had already left the forest. He flew into the air and turned into a shadow as he flew towards the majestic city in front of him. Hao Fangfang, who was in the woods, curled her lips. Her face was full of displeasure. She snorted and stomped her foot. Then she quickly chased after him. After a short while, the two of them landed far away from the majestic city gate of the Devil Imperial City and walked towards it. Previously, they had already felt the extraordinary grandeur of the Devil Imperial City from afar. Now that they were close to it, Yixian and Hao Fangfang finally realized the size and magnificence of this huge city. Not to mention other things, just the huge city gate in front of them was enough to make them gasp in amazement. Standing in front of it, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression as if one was leaning against a giant peak. It was obvious how terrifying its height was. It was not much different from a real giant peak. The peak of the city gate could be said to be towering into the clouds. However, although the majesty of this huge city was awe-inspiring, there was not a single guard inside or outside the gate. After passing through the huge city gate, an extremely prosperous and lively city scene suddenly rushed towards them. It was basically similar to other Devil Imperial cities, but the scale was more imposing and not just a little bit stronger. Yixian and Hao Fangfang were thinking about the Holy Sun Trial, so they were not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. After a few glances, they quickly rushed towards the inner city where the Imperial City was located. With the magnificence and scale of this majestic city, it would take them a long time to go from the outer city to the inner city, even if they did not take any detours. It would take a little bit of time. After all, no one was allowed to fly in the air within the imperial city. No matter how urgent the matter was, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, the Devil Imperial Guards would immediately rush over and directly capture them. If that was the case, it would take even more time. In desperation, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang could only speed up their footsteps. Even so, it still took them nearly 20 minutes to finally see a wide river in front of them. They had finally arrived at the periphery of the inner city. This 1,000-meter-wide river was actually the moat that separated the outer city from the inner city. On the 1,000-meter-wide river, there was a huge black stone arch bridge that connected the two sides of the river from the north, south, east, and west. Right now, what appeared in front of Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang was one of the 4 giant bridges. After crossing the bridge, they would be able to reach the inner city. However, although there were almost no pedestrians on the bridge, there were some black-armored demon royal guards guarding the two ends of the bridge. There were 4 of them on each side of the bridge. They just stood there in a straight line. Although they were lofty and motionless, they gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Obviously, this inner city was not a place that just anyone could casually enter. If one wanted to cross this bridge, one had to have the qualifications. At the very least, one had to take out something to prove one's identity. This was really beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Before this, he had never thought that such a situation would occur. After hurrying and rushing, they finally arrived at the imperial city. However, it just so happened that this last bridge separated them and they could no longer go forward. You and I are the trial saint of the Black Mosquito Star. Could it be that these Devil Imperial Guards dare to stop us? After staring blankly at Yi Xian for a few moments, Hao Fangfang suddenly pouted and muttered indignantly. At the same time, she had already swayed her hips and walked towards the 4 black-armored Devil Imperial Guards on the left side of the bridge. The 4 fellows were originally expressionless, and their eyes were so cold that they could almost emit frost. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw a man swaying his waist in a flirtatious manner towards them. His wide mouth was pursed up high, revealing a strange feeling that made people feel extremely disgusted. Under such circumstances, the originally cold and solemn faces of the 4 Devil Imperial Guards finally began to change gradually. At first, they were stunned, then puzzled. In the end, when Hao Fangfang stood still about 10 feet in front of them, pinched her fingers together and opened her mouth to say, "Lun." Yi Xian clearly saw the faces of these 4 guys turn green in an instant. At the same time, on the west side of the inner city of the Devil Imperial City. Although it was called the inner city, in fact, the inner city was surrounded by a moat, and its area was extremely vast. Moreover, the atmosphere of the entire inner city was completely different from that of the outer city. The outer city was bustling and bustling. It was a metropolis full of people and buildings. On the other hand, the inner city was like a wilderness forest. Except for the real imperial city area, which was an inner city, there were also tall city walls. The streets within the walls were crisscrossed with crisscrossing paths and buildings. The other areas of the entire inner city were basically surrounded by green mountains and rivers, and the natural environment of the desolate forest. Among them, in addition to the huge imperial city in the central area, there were also some buildings of different shapes scattered around. The Holy Devil Ancestral Temple of the Demon Tribe was one of them. At this moment, in a valley about a few dozen kilometers away from the Saint Devil Ancestral Temple, Zhuanggu, Zuoliqing, and Zhuanggu were leading a dozen devil experts from the Black Mosquito Tribe. They were waiting at the side of the valley with respectful expressions. Although they were silent, their eyes revealed a wisp of excitement. Chapter 2899. Bullying an honest person. The entire valley was not very vast. Entering from a curved gourd-like entrance, there were mountains and cliffs all around. At the end of the valley at the bottom of the gourd, there was a huge statue on the towering cliffs. The statue was more than 100 meters tall and was completely red. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of, but it was definitely not mountain rock. However, the strange thing was that the lower half of the statue was fused with the knife-like mountain wall behind it. The two materials were clearly not of the same material, but where they touched and connected, all the traces left behind gave people a feeling that they were completely natural. Moreover, there was a feeling that this blood-red 100-meter-long giant beast was not a so-called statue at all. It was originally a real living creature of flesh and blood. However, when it coincidentally drilled out from this mountain wall, before its lower body could leave the wall, its entire body had, for some strange reason, instantly solidified and turned into a statue. From then on, it would forever stand in this mountain valley, as if it was silently warning of something. Although a small part of the 100-meter-long beast's body could not be seen, the majority of its body that was exposed was clearly enough to see its species and bloodline. This was clearly a huge weeping soul beast. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as an ordinary ape, except that it had a slightly curved horn on its head. Unfortunately, whether it was Zhuanggu, Liqing, or the other Black Mosquito Star Trial Saints, none of them showed any unusual reaction when they entered the valley and saw this strange and mysterious single-horned ape statue. It was obvious that none of them had seen a weeping soul beast before. After all, this beast was unique to the underground Weeping Soul Cave on Black Mountain Star. It was obviously impossible for experts outside Black Mountain Star to enter such a place. As for the demon experts who had seen or heard of the Weeping Soul Beast on Black Mountain Star, they did not have the chance to come to this forbidden valley on the Demon Emperor Star. Yi Xian was the only exception. If he were here at this moment, he would probably be shocked to the spot by this strange statue at the first moment. This was because all of the ordinary Weeping Soul beasts in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, after their illusory bodies were completely absorbed of the spirit origin energy contained within, the small horns that were left behind were all black. Only the Weeping Soul Giant Horn, which he obtained from the deepest seal of the Weeping Soul Cave, was completely blood-red. Although the horn had appeared once again in the black hole of life, it had actually changed from blood-red to black and turned into a large black horn. However, Yi Xian had a feeling that it was doing this on purpose, as if it was trying to hide something. And right now, the single blood on the head of this statue-like giant Weeping Soul beast was shockingly blood-red. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly the same as the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star in Yixian. In the valley, other than Zhuanggu, Liqing, and the other trial saints from the Black Mosquito Star, who were waiting respectfully at the side, there were a few other figures. One of them was a thin, brown-bearded old man in his 60s. He was the current Demon King's most trusted high priest of the Demon King Star. He had a grade 6 source core and his cultivation base had reached the origin realm, Wenxing. Just now, Zhuanggu and the others had followed him to this forbidden area in the valley. In addition, High Priest Wenxing was followed by 2 demons from the Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Finally, there were the 2 guardians of the forbidden area who had just stepped out of their respective cave abodes. On both sides of this strange statue at the bottom of the valley were clearly 2 cave abodes that had been directly dug out of the stone walls. These 2 old men guarding the forbidden area in the valley had just walked out of these 2 simple cave abodes on the mountain wall, one on the left and one on the right. Although these 2 people were dressed in coarse hemp clothes, their identities were not to be underestimated. Not only were they members of the Demon King's royal family, but their seniority was also quite frightening. Even the current Demon Queen had to call them imperial uncles when she saw them. As for the cultivation of the 2, although they deliberately concealed it, there was no way to perceive it. However, from the warm attitude of High Priest Wenxing when he saw the 2 coming out of the Guardian Cave, he immediately came forward to greet them. The cultivation of these 2 guardians of the forbidden area must also be extraordinary. All right, if there is nothing else, you can enter now. After exchanging a few pleasantries with High Priest Wenxing, one of the guardians glanced coldly at Zhuanggu and the others. His face was expressionless, and his tone was indifferent and cold. The requirements of the trial are always the same. After the 10 people who enter are sent out at the end of the month, the final candidate for the Holy Sun will be decided based on the number of multi-pupil thought crystals in their hands. The one with the most wins. At this point, the Guardian paused for a moment and then continued. There is also a special case, which is that if someone can obtain a certain skill, secret skill, or even divine ability in the Saint Demon Forbidden area in this short period of time, then that person will be the winner. If there is more than one lucky person, then between each other. Then, the final candidate for the Holy Sun will be decided based on the number of multi-pupil thought crystals in their hands. It was very clear and very fair. Zhuo Liqing and the other 8 prospective Holy Sons of the Black Mosquito tribe nodded obediently after they heard what he said. However, this guardian seemed to dislike this kind of obedience. Seeing this, he frowned and snorted coldly, then turned and walked to the cave residence on the left. It was also at this time that in a certain direction about a few dozen miles away from the valley, a ferocious and shrill howl suddenly sounded without warning, causing Zhuo Liqing and the others in the valley to tremble in fear, and their faces faintly changed. High Priest Wenxing frowned and looked in the direction of the shrill howl, muttering to himself, listening to the sound, it seems to be from the East Bridge. Could it be that someone is so bold as to break into the inner city of the Demon Emperor? At the same time, the others also subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, including the guardian of the forbidden area who turned and walked to the cave residence. However, what was surprising was that at this moment, after he heard Master Wenxing's soft muttering, not only was his face annoyed, a bright light actually burst out from his eyes. It was as if he was extremely interested in the existence that was forcefully breaking into the inner city in the East Bridge district. Such an obvious performance, even Zhuo Liqing and the other prospective Holy Sons of the Black Mosquito tribe saw it. Because of this, the expressions on their faces were a little strange at this moment, faintly revealing a hint of hidden bitterness. Chapter 2900. Mournful and demonic, this mournful howl that was filled with incomparable ferocity was the masterpiece of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben. Of course, the person who instructed it to do this was Yi Xian. The reason why the latter released Shui Ben from the pet bracelet on his wrist was not because the demon royal guards guarding the East Bridge were too rude and unreasonable and wanted to attack him and Hao Fangfang. It was also not because Yi Xian wanted to force his way through the East Bridge. This was the imperial city of the demon race. Even though Yi Xian's power was extremely terrifying, he definitely did not dare to act wildly here. At least, that was the case for now. Any random Grotto Heaven Realm expert would be able to wipe out Yi Xian's subordinates in an instant. The reason why Yi Xian took the opportunity to release Shui Ben from the pet bracelet and secretly ordered it to let out a long howl was only to alarm the person in charge of the imperial city, or rather the head of the demon royal guards in front of him, and then lead them here. These demon royal guards in front of him were, frankly speaking, nothing more than gatekeepers. Yi Xian had no interest in chatting with these underlings who could not make decisions. Besides, the time of the trial was getting closer and closer, so he did not have the time. But the other party did not want to let him pass, and he could not force his way through, so the only way was this: very soon, a junior demon royal guard commander rushed over with a few subordinates. What made Yi Xian dumbfounded was that this guy was clearly an official, but he was actually even more muddle-headed than the gatekeepers. He did not even have the intention to ask a few questions to understand the situation. Before he could stand still, he had already sternly ordered the demon royal guards to immediately arrest Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang on the spot. Fortunately, at this time, another figure hurried over from the other side of the bridge. When he saw this person, the junior demon royal guard commander did not continue to show his authority and politely greeted him, taking the initiative to exchange pleasantries. This person was one of the 2 attendants of the Saint Devil Ancestor Palace who had followed High Priest Wenxing into the Forbidden Valley. Now, he was here on High Priest Wenxing's order to inquire about the reason for the previous sharp howl. Of course, he wouldn't say that the one who really asked him to come and take a look was actually the guardian of the forbidden area that made Zhuo Liqing and the others feel so aggrieved. However, to Yi Xian, it was not important who had sent him here. The important thing was that he had finally achieved his goal. Therefore, as soon as the other party finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately cupped his hands and explained the situation briefly. Of course, the main point was to emphasize the purpose of his and Hao Fangfang's visit. What? Are you here to participate in the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial? It would have been better if this matter had not been brought up. Once this matter was brought up, the attendant of the ancestral hall was stunned. Even the junior commander of the Demon Emperor Guards had a strange expression on his face. Originally, They had thought that those who dared to make trouble here, even if they were not relatives of the imperial family, were more or less related to the imperial family. In this case, they only had a dispute with a few demon emperor guards, and then they would go back and ask for a private message. Then this trivial matter would be resolved. Who would have thought that these two guys were just the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial takers? Since when did these prospective Holy Sons from the top 10 foreign tribes, who hadn't passed the Holy Sun trial takers, dare to be so arrogant? As this thought flashed through his mind, the expression of the attendant of the ancestral hall became even more strange. He didn't say anything more. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the junior commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, he signaled Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang to follow him, and then led them straight across the bridge. In the Valley of the Forbidden Area, the two guardians of the Forbidden Area and the High Priest of the Demon Emperor Star, Wen Xing, and the other two were sitting cross-legged in the void about 100 meters above the ground. They were in a triangle formation, facing the head of the 100-meter-tall statue. They seemed to be working together to perform some kind of secret skill. All of them had their eyes closed, and their expressions were solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang followed the attendant of the ancestral hall of the demons into the Valley of the Forbidden Area. When Yi Xian looked up, he immediately saw the giant statue of the Weeping Soul Beast at the bottom of the gourd wall at the end of the valley. Especially that familiar blood-red color of the Weeping Soul Beast, which caught him off guard and caused his expression to change abruptly. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt as if there was a flash of light in his mind, making him vaguely feel as if he had touched upon some kind of truth. Unfortunately, this flash of light was still too obscure, and when he carefully searched for it, he couldn't catch anything. However, this matter caused Yi Xian to instantly feel a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. Since this Saint Devil Forbidden Area was related to the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, then he had to be more careful on this trip. What if all of this was not a coincidence? Thinking of this, Yi Xian, whose heart was slightly trembling, quickly regained his composure, and the shock on his face quickly dissipated. Screech. It was also at this moment that an extremely mournful and strange howl suddenly came from the end of the valley in front of them. Listening to the sound, this was clearly not a sound that could be made by a devil cultivator expert. Even a magical beast might not be able to make such a strange and mournful sound. It was clearly emitting a strong demonic aura. What made Yi Xian even more surprised was that this strange and mournful demonic howl was clearly coming from the head of the blood-colored Weeping Soul Beast statue at the bottom of the valley. Yi Xian subconsciously looked towards the direction of the sound, and in the next moment, he saw that the forehead area of the Weeping Soul Beast statue had actually turned into a layer of grayish-black light film, just like the black teleportation light film that appeared after the space door in the Battlestar was activated. It was just that the color was different, and it was also faintly shining. Obviously, this layer of light film on the forehead of the statue should be the entrance to the Void Passage into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Just now, it was successfully opened by the joint efforts of High Priest Wen Xing and the other two, and immediately there was such a strange and mournful howl coming out from it. This was clearly not a good sign. This thought flashed through his mind, and Yi Xian followed the Saint Devil Ancestor Palace servant in front of him into the depths of the valley on the opposite side. At the same time, he subconsciously frowned. He suddenly had an intuition. This time, the Holy Sun trial, I'm afraid it will be difficult to be as peaceful as before. Zhang Wuji? Why aren't you dead yet? Just as he was a little absent-minded, not far from the right side of the end of the valley, a familiar exclamation suddenly came at this time, and there was a strong sense of shock and unwillingness in the words. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and what was reflected in his eyes was Zhuo Liqing's horrified face, which was full of despair, as if his father had just died. As for the other trial candidates of the Black Mosquito tribe, they were clearly on his left and right, and at this time, they also looked in Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang's direction, with their mouths wide open and their expressions dull, and there was also a very obvious sense of horror. Without waiting for Yi Xian to respond, suddenly from the direction of the end of the valley came a loud laugh. Zhang Wuji? Good. Not only is the way of doing things to this old man's taste, but even the name is to my liking, ha. Chapter 2901. Aren't you despicable? The person who suddenly laughed out loud was one of the two guardians of the Forbidden Mountain Valley that's leeching, and the others were filled with resentment. At this moment, he, who had been keeping a straight face all this while, took the initiative to get close to Yi Xian as he walked over. The latter was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes were filled with suspicion. He looked at the old man who was walking towards him from head to toe. This matter clearly had a slightly familiar strangeness to it. All of a sudden, an old man with a wretched smile popped out of nowhere. When he opened and closed his mouth, it was either to his liking or to his liking. In the end, he even brazenly said that he was fated to be with him. This was clearly a blatant hint and seduction. What's wrong with me recently? Why am I always being pestered by such a freak? I haven't completely gotten rid of the one behind me, and now another one pops up out of nowhere. Could it be that there's no end to this? As these thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. The light in his eyes instantly turned cold, and he even rolled his eyes at the wretched old man who was walking towards him. He coldly snorted and said, "Oomph, don't try that. Don't think that I'll give you face just because you put on a smile on your face. I won't be affected by force or persuasion, so you better give up on this idea and don't bother me." The reason for his words and attitude was because he had already learned a painful lesson from Hao Fangfang. Wasn't this wretched and shameless old man in front of him not much different from Hao Fangfang back then? If she had ignored him from the beginning, perhaps she would have retreated after a few rounds of rebuffs. She wouldn't have become more and more familiar with him now. Even if she wanted to treat him coldly and make him tactfully stop pestering her, it was obviously impossible. And this wretched old man in front of him was clearly using the same trick as Hao Fangfang. Because of this, Yi Xian, who had already learned his lesson from Hao Fangfang, decided to treat him badly from the start. He definitely couldn't let the old man see even the slightest chance of success. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets in the future. Won't be swayed by force or persuasion. Wonderful. It's even better than what this old man imagined. Unexpectedly, the moment Yi Xian finished speaking, the wretched old man actually laughed out loud. Not only was he not annoyed by Yi Xian's words and attitude, he even clapped his hands and praised how wonderful. What an old fox. He's much more stable than Hao Fangfang. He actually still hasn't given up and is still testing. Thinking of this, Yi Xian secretly clenched his teeth. He thought about how this old man was dressed in rough cloth. Even if he wasn't a servant, he probably wouldn't be any better. In addition, he was the one who took the initiative to provoke him. He was only a little more strict with his words, so he shouldn't be able to cause any unforeseen events that wouldn't end well. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but calm down. His originally gloomy face revealed a hint of malevolence in the blink of an eye. Even his eyes shone with a fierce light. His words were no longer polite. He stared fiercely at the wretched old man who was standing a few feet away, sizing him up with a smile. It was obvious that the more he looked at him, the more pleased he felt. He suddenly roared out loud, "What's wrong with you, old man? Can't you understand human language? If you continue to harass me so shamelessly, I'm going to scold you even more." Scold, 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 hurry up and scold me? This old man wants to hear someone scold me. The fiercer you scold me, the happier this old man will be. Hurry up, what are you standing there for? Seeing that Yi Xian actually turned hostile at the slightest disagreement, the guardian of the forbidden area, who was originally more and more satisfied with him, became even happier. He clapped his hands and grinned at Yi Xian. "Stinky brat, hurry up. I'm about to die from anxiety. I just found the feeling and haven't even had a chance to enjoy it. Why are you suddenly so cold?" This time, Yi Xian was really cold. Even if this damned old man's skin was thick, and he wanted to use this trick to harass him, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? This was clearly the sign of something wrong with his head. Not only was he wretched, but he was also crazy. If compared to Hao Fangfang, he would be at least 10 times more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately depressed. Why bother with this crazy and wretched old man? He could just ignore them. After thinking for a while, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He turned around and walked to the side of the valley. Since he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him, right? In the face of this dramatic and absurd scene, the other guardian of the Forbidden Valley, the high priest Wenxing, and the two attendants of the ancestral hall behind him were stunned at first, but they all shook their heads and sighed inwardly. It was as if they were already used to this. There was clearly something else going on. As for Zhuo Hongwu, Zhuo Liqing, and the others, they were all completely dumbfounded. Zhuo Liqing and the other 7 Saint trial takers were even more stunned for a few seconds before realization dawned on them. Obviously, they had guessed something. This old prince was clearly a psychologically twisted masochist. Moreover, he was a critically ill existence. He even took the initiative to ask for a scolding in front of him. And he actually said that the scolding wasn't harsh enough. I just found the feeling and then it was gone. I almost died from anxiety. What a wretch. Unfortunately, he had been angered by such a despicable person to the point that he had a stomach full of anger. He was simply wronged to death. Thinking of this, Zhuo Liqing felt the blood in his brain surge. Almost subconsciously, he opened his mouth and scolded fiercely, "You wretched old bastard. He didn't scold you, but you actually chased after him? I'm talking to you, green bastard. Aren't you asking for a scolding? Come on, I promise I'll scold you until you feel comfortable. What are you waiting for? Do you think I scolded you too harshly this time? Don't you think you're wretched? You found someone to scold and pick on. You're such an ugly old bastard. Don't tell me you want to learn how to be pretentious like a wretch?" The more Zhuo Liqing scolded, the more comfortable he felt. Because of the cold shoulder, Zhuo Liqing was finally able to vent his anger. Although there was no benefit in scolding that old bastard, at least he didn't lose anything. They were even. Silence. A deathly silence. Along with the wanton cursing coming to a stop, Zhuo Liqing suddenly realized that the atmosphere was slightly strange. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was staring blankly at him, and their faces were filled with dumbfounded and shocked expressions. His heart trembling, Zhuo Liqing seemed to realize something. He felt terrible and his face turned pale. He braced himself and looked at the old prince, who was chasing after Zhang Wuji and begging for a scolding. Chapter 2902. Translator, Nioibo Studio alternating between good and evil what? He had to agree before he could scold her? Zhuo Liqing was dumbfounded on the spot, and his face was full of grief and indignation. He had never heard of a masochist looking for someone to scold, and there was also a trigger mode for conditions. This was clearly a scam. While wailing in his heart, Zhuo Liqing's entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Endless horror surged on his face. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were about to explode. It was clear that the guardian of the imperial family's forbidden grounds who had been cursed by Zhuo Liqing already had the intention to kill. This was something that even Yi Xian could clearly sense. In the end, another guardian of the forbidden area who couldn't bear to see this and the high priest Wenxing stepped forward at the same time and pleaded for leniency. Only then did he finally put this matter down for the time being. However, although he could spare Zhuo Liqing's life for the time being, he had to promise to do something for him. At this time, Zhuo Liqing obviously had no choice. He immediately nodded and agreed. Then, the guardian of the forbidden grounds of the royal family, who was called Mo Qigong by High Priest Wenxing, moved his lips slightly, but did not make any sound. This was not an ordinary sound like secret, otherwise it would be impossible to hide from the others present. It should be a similar but more profound spell. It was clear that only Zhuo Liqing could hear Mo Qigong's words. Even Yi Xian, who didn't know his name but knew his identity, and the high priest, Wenxing, both turned their heads and exchanged a look. Ji-Er frowned slightly. As for Zhuo Liqing, he nodded from time to time as he listened. In the end, he even subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. Although his gaze quickly shifted back, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. This guy was listening to Mo Qigong's orders, so why would he suddenly look at him? The only explanation was that Mo Qigong's orders had something to do with him. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately raised his guard. Just now, when the high priest Wenxing and another guardian of the imperial family's forbidden grounds were pleading for Zhuo Liqing, they had a brief conversation with Mo Qigong. Through these words, Yi Xian now understood that Mo Qigong did not have the same problem as Hao Fangfang. He had misunderstood before. Moreover, the fact that Mo Qigong had been chasing after him and begging for a scolding was not because he was crazy. There was obviously a cause and effect for this matter. It seemed to be related to the obsession or heart demon that Mo Qigong had left behind many years ago because of some past incident. And the reason why he took the initiative to ask the people who fulfilled certain conditions to insult him was probably to get rid of the inner demons left behind by what happened back then. But as for the details of this matter, Yi Xian obviously could not deduce from the simple conversation between the three of them. He did not even know which part of him happened to meet Mo Qigong's requirements. However, although the previous matter had been clarified to be a misunderstanding, this did not mean that Mo Qigong would not think about him anymore. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the secret words that Mo Qigong had to say to Zhuo Liqing were most likely related to him. It just so happened that Zhuo Liqing had an old grudge with him. It seemed that when they entered the Forbidden Grounds, he would have to double his guard against this person. All right, time has been delayed. You all should enter the Forbidden Grounds immediately. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, Mo Qigong seemed to have finished his instructions and looked directly at Yi Xian and the other candidates. He then repeated the rules of the Holy Disciple Trial and added a few more words. The trial will last for a month, but after you enter through the Void Tunnel, you may not be together. The location you will be transported to is random. Therefore, even if you are alone at that time, there is no need to panic. Once the time is up, as long as you do not die in the Void Tunnel, even if you are on your last breath, you will be transported out on time. Then, after pausing for a moment, he reminded them one last time, remember, although there are fortunes and opportunities in the Forbidden Grounds, there are even more dangers. Everything will depend on your own temperament and luck. In addition, this old man's only useful experience for you is one sentence. The Forbidden Grounds do not belong to our universe. It does not even belong to our endless Milky Way. Therefore, do not use your inherent cognitive habits to presume what you will encounter in there, and even more so, do not be rash to jump to conclusions. Remember. After saying that, Mo Qigong suddenly waved his hand without warning. In the next moment, a total of 10 quasi-holy sons, including Yi Xian, felt their bodies tighten. Their entire bodies were uncontrollably wrapped by a vast and invisible force as they shot straight towards the 100-meter-long blood-colored Weeping Soul Beast statue in front of the cliff wall at the bottom of the valley. They quickly approached the Weeping Soul Beast's wide forehead spiritual altar. Xiao, among the 10 candidates, the first one to come into contact with the grayish-black light film covering the giant blood beast's forehead was actually Hao Fangfang. The moment his body entered the grayish-black light film, Yi Xian vaguely heard a faint sound breaking through the air and quickly disappearing into the distance. At the same time, just as Yi Xian's body came into contact with the grayish-black light film, Mo Qigong's voice suddenly came from the valley. It was clearly directed at him. Stinking brat, let me give you a golden saying. Understand it yourself. One evil thought, and you will be evil for life. One good thought, and it will be in vain. Xiao. It was unknown whether Mo Qigong's golden saying was finished or not. In short, Yi Xian only heard a few words before his body entered the grayish-black light film. Following the faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian only felt as if he had fallen into a strange whirlpool with an endless suction force from all directions. His entire body flowed uncontrollably, and even his sense of direction was lost. Everything seemed to be covered in a layer of dreamlike emptiness. Pang! After an unknown amount of time, the muffled sound of a heavy object hitting the ground entered his ears. Yi Xian, who had long since fallen into a daze, finally completely recovered his clarity of mind. Following that, a sudden numbness came from his waist and back. Only then did he realize that the muffled sound he heard was the sound of him falling from the sky and smashing into the ground fiercely. What a mess! Although there was no one around, Yi Xian still felt very awkward. Black lines appeared on his forehead, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. He quickly got up and turned his head to look at his surroundings. Actually, there wasn't anything too strange in the surroundings. Boundless mountains rose and fell continuously, and the sky was high and the ground was far away. It was vast and boundless. Chapter 2903. A sea of corpse fluid. It was clearly on the surface of a planet. Although it was different from the forbidden land of the demonic sage that he knew, it wasn't enough to make Yi Xian so surprised. The reason why he was shocked was because the heavens, the earth, the mountains, and the boundless vegetation, all of this clearly revealed a dense sense of ancientness and antiquity. Even the invisible aura in the void was the same. It was exactly the same as the aura he felt when he saw the giant star tortoise and the desolate golden dragon in the two inheritance images when he cultivated the hollow void technique and fused with the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. This made Yi Xian suddenly feel like he was hallucinating. Could it be that he had dreamt back to the primordial era? After being stunned for a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down. Then he once again swept his gaze to the surroundings. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized an extremely strange situation. At this moment, he was within such a desolate mountain range, yet his ears actually didn't hear even the most ordinary cry of birds or roar of beasts. It was as if this boundless mountain range, or even this part of the world, was a completely dead land. Thinking of this, the expression on his face slightly changed. Then, his eyes caught sight of a towering mountain peak in the distance. Looking from afar, it was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the clouds. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian quickly soared into the air and flew towards the giant mountain peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. When he was in the air and looked down, he discovered that this giant mountain was actually like a volcano. There was a huge hollow ring-shaped mountain pass, and the inside of it was hollow, like an endless abyss. Before, Yi Xian was too far away from this giant mountain, so he didn't feel it was real and clear. But now, as he approached, he discovered that the ring-shaped volcanic crater at the top of the giant mountain was about 1,000 miles in diameter. If one reached the top of the giant mountain and looked at the opposite side of the ring-shaped crater, they wouldn't be able to see the end at all. If Yi Xian hadn't fallen from the sky, he would have mistakenly thought that the place he was standing at was actually the edge of the abyss. Yi Xian had never seen such a magnificent ring-shaped volcano before. However, at this moment, the giant mountain peak under his feet, although it had the appearance of a ring-shaped crater like a volcano, and the inside of the mountain was also hollow, it was clearly not a so-called volcano. Because even if it was an extinct volcano, the magma vein activity in the depths of the mountain had disappeared for many years. But even if it was no longer hot, it was impossible for it to be like now. What was spreading out were clearly strands of extremely cold that made one feel thoroughly uncomfortable. This feeling not only didn't feel like a volcano, but more like the aura of hell. This strange situation unknowingly aroused Yi Xian's curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made a decision. His figure leaped up and directly landed at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater below him. As his figure descended, the distance gradually decreased. At the same time, it was also because he was gradually getting used to this dark environment. More importantly, it was also because Yi Xian's figure had to pass through a large amount of floating black fog as he descended. Therefore, not long after, when Yi Xian's figure had descended 70 to 80,000 meters, the scene at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater, which was like an endless abyss, finally became clear in his line of sight. As his field of vision rapidly cleared up, Yi Xian's expression once again changed in astonishment. This time, even his Ji Xing was trembling with redness. It could be seen how shaken his mind was by the scene before him. It was common knowledge that the deeper one went into a ring-shaped crater, the wider it became. This huge ring-shaped crater was the same. Previously, when he was still at the top of the ring-shaped crater, he couldn't see the opposite side. But now, even though he hadn't reached the bottom of the crater, Yi Xian still felt that all around him had become a boundless void. From this, it was enough to see how vast and boundless the bottom of the crater was. However, the shape of this boundless expanse of land was actually a boundless ocean, a black ocean. Yi Xian had never heard of a boundless ocean appearing at the bottom of a ring-shaped crater. But in reality, this wasn't the strangest thing about this huge ring-shaped crater. In the air above this vast ocean that was pitch black and exuded an endless cold aura, there was clearly a layer of dense black fog that permeated the air. Previously, when Yi Xian was descending, he had passed through layers of thin fog. It was obvious that this fog had slowly spread upwards from here. And at this moment, as Yi Xian's figure once again slowly descended towards the boundless black ocean, his vision gradually became clearer. At this moment, through the gaps in the black fog that occasionally moved like waves in the absence of wind, Yi Xian could clearly see that on the ink-black surface of the ocean below, there were countless different shapes, but all of them were incomparably terrifying and sinister floating corpses. These floating corpses were basically all kinds of living creatures, but all of them exuded an ancient feeling of vicissitudes. Yi Xian even saw a black sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters on a corner of the ocean not far away. At first, he was puzzled as to what kind of living creature it was, but as he gradually got closer at the same time, the sphere also moved along with the slight ripples of the black ocean. Gradually, Yi Xian finally realized that this was clearly a head with facial features similar to a human's, but a head that was incomparably enlarged. It was just a head, but it had a diameter of 100 meters. Was this a giant, or a supreme deity from the primordial age? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. Then, his expression changed again in shock. In this boundless black ocean, there were so many floating corpses of all kinds floating on the surface, almost covering more than 80% of the surface area within the range of his divine sense. Then, what about below the surface of the ocean? What about the deeper parts of the ocean? Obviously, the endless corpses floating on the surface of the sea were only a small part of it. This was because if there were no more corpses, then the vast and boundless Black Sea at the bottom of the mountain would not be able to pass through at all. Little by little, they would accumulate into an ocean in the end. This black seawater was clearly corpse fluid, the fluid that slowly seeped out from the bodies of the corpses. After realizing this truth, Yi Xian's entire body turned completely cold, and even his spirit could not help but tremble. Terrifying. Indescribably terrifying. Corpse Fluid Sea. Chapter 2904. Corpse flower condensing fruit. Looking at everything in front of him, Yi Xian fell into an indescribable shock. If the Devil Saint Forbidden Land really existed, then this space, this world, was very likely to be a place that had been sealed since the primordial era. It was as if it had been forgotten in the boundless river of stars, and it had become a part of time that had been frozen for countless years. Whether it was the environment and aura of this world, or the appearances of the creatures in this endless pool of corpses, they all exuded a strong aura of desolation that was definitely not present in the galaxy and spacetime Yi Xian was currently experiencing. If that was really the case, then what exactly had happened here before this desolate world was severed and imprisoned in the endless space and time of the boundless galaxy? With this kind of shock in thought, Yi Xian lowered his body once more. Only when he was only 1,000 meters away from the terrifying corpse pool did he stop. Then, on the surface of the pool, whether it was thick or thin, it was everywhere, and the floating black corpse aura started to sway in all directions. After a full half an hour, Yi Xian continued to move in one direction, but he still hadn't reached the edge of the black corpse pool. From this, one could see how vast it was. Even now, the black corpse pond below was still filled with a large number of corpses. Some of the corpses had turned into skeletons, but some still had some flesh and blood. Some of them were even able to keep their bodies intact due to their special bloodline or because they were simply too powerful. However, they were filled with a thick sense of death, which made Yi Xian not dare to approach them. In this place, he had seen too many skeletons and corpses of such enormous creatures. In the end, he was almost numb to them. As Yi Xian ventured deeper into the pool of corpses, he soon spotted a few more islands. Yes, it was an island, but it was an island of bones. A large number of skeletons, perhaps due to the power of the corpse pool's internal flow, slowly gathered together and squeezed closer and closer together. The gaps between the skeletons became smaller and smaller. In the end, they joined together and formed this strange island made up purely of endless corpses. Yi Xian gathered his courage and landed on one of the islands. Then he slowly walked with a shocked expression. The ground under his feet and everything on the island that he could see, whether it was the craggy peaks or the cave-like openings that occasionally appeared on a bone peak, everything was made up of skeletons. Even with Yi Xian's temperament, He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear as he stepped on this island of bones. There was also an indescribable feeling towards life. This made his mind suddenly brighten up. He didn't dare to say that it was an epiphany, but at this moment, his state of mind did indeed have an effect that was close to sublimation. One's realm could be improved, but the cultivation of one's state of mind required luck. Just based on this inexplicable understanding of the state of mind, Xian didn't come in vain this time. He couldn't see anything at the moment, but he would benefit a lot in the future because of this. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the endless corpse pool outside the island of bones suddenly emitted a continuous series of dull roars. Xian's body shook and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Through the endless surface of the black corpse pool, Xian could clearly see numerous invisible whirlpools wreaking havoc. In addition, a powerful airflow inexplicably appeared above the corpse pool, causing the black corpse aura above the pool to surge. All of this directly caused the countless corpses of living beings that floated within the corpse pool that had been deathly still for so many years to actually come to life at this moment, and the hideous and terrifying corpses and skeletons made various movements under the surging and surging of the pool of corpse fluid, causing it to be indescribably horrifying. At this moment, the endless corpse pool seemed to come to life. The inexplicably surging airflow stirred up a torrential wave of corpses and wind. At the same time, there were roars and howls that sounded like roars and howls that rang out. This was caused by the invisible airflow passing through the gaps between the skeletons during the violent flow. But in such an environment, how could these roars and whistles not be the unwillingness and anger of the countless creatures floating in the endless corpse pool? Rumble. Kacha. Just as Xian was shocked by the sudden change in the boundless black corpse pool, he was dumbfounded on the island of bones and didn't have any reaction to it. Just in front of his sight, in the pool formed by the endless black corpse liquid, a black round object with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly rushed out. It looked like a black thunderball, and its interior was extremely unstable. The black energy in the ball could be vaguely seen rotating and surging endlessly. After rushing out of the corpse pool, it soared into the sky. It didn't explode until it reached a height of about 1 kilometer. With this explosion, an electric net burst out in an instant, quickly spreading in all directions. It was indeed a lightning ball, but its energy was not the lightning attribute energy of nature. Instead, it came from the bottom of the pool. If he was not mistaken, it should be a large amount of corpse aura and even the evil thoughts of these creatures that had died. Under the pressure of the pool water, they gradually gathered together and condensed inward under the pressure of the pool water, becoming denser and denser before finally forming the lightning ball. Boom. Rumble. Kacha. Just as these thoughts flashed through Xian's mind, the surface of the corpse pool in that area once again rushed out of the corpse thunderball. There were big and small, and it was unknown what kind of power caused it, but it actually shot towards the top of the pool one after another. After reaching a certain height, it suddenly exploded, bursting out with corpse electricity. Although there were different sizes of corpse lightning, they were all pitch black in color. However, after these corpse thunder exploded, although there were strong and weak corpse electricity, there was clearly a more obvious difference. This point quickly attracted Xian's interest. That was the color. At first, the corpse thunder that burst out after the corpse thunder exploded was black, but in the large number of corpse thunder that exploded later, there were clearly some lightning of other colors. Green. Even gold. Just as Xian was puzzled by this strange phenomenon and faintly felt that there was something hidden in it, the sky suddenly brightened at this moment. In that area, about 100 kilometers in radius, the black corpse gas that filled the air above the pool was finally ignited by the corpse electricity that spread out after the corpse thunder exploded. It was the burning of the corpse gas that brought about the light, but it revealed a strange pale color. It was also at this time that Xian suddenly saw a delicate flower under the monstrous corpse flames. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system quietly sounded in his mind. Chapter 2905. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. May you pluck more? 9-eyed golden crystal? Pluck more? Xian was dumbstruck. His mind was spinning. Unknowingly, he recalled what Li Mosquito had explained to him about the multi-eyed sense crystal. The multi-eyed sense crystal referred to the demonic sense star crystals with eye halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal was just a translucent black crystal. The crystal was completely empty, and there was nothing inside. As for the multi-pupil sense crystal, one could see layers of halos that resembled pupils within the crystal. The minimum number of halos was 1 to 9. The more halos there were, the higher the grade of the crystal. Therefore, if the multi-eyed sense crystal was further divided, it could be called the single-eyed sense crystal, the dual-eyed sense crystal, the 8-eyed sense crystal, and the 9-eyed sense crystal. If Li Mosquito was right, then wouldn't the 9-eyed sense crystal be the highest grade among all the multi-eyed sense crystals? Wasn't his luck a little too good? One had to know that according to Yi Xian's understanding, even in the entire devil cultivator race, the true upper echelons only had a few multi-eyed thought crystals in their hands. Even if it was a single-eyed thought crystal, it would only have a single dazzling thought crystal. The mind power in this sense crystal was different from the normal demonic sense crystal, which didn't have any eye effects. It was more advanced. Therefore, many high-level martialists of the Demon Man race would only absorb the advanced mind power of the multi-pupil sense crystal when they had a breakthrough in their mind power or when they felt that their mind source cores were about to transform. They could make use of this effect to break through in one fell swoop. Even so, according to the information that Yi Xian had obtained from the Black Mosquito Star's Star Web database, the highest grade multi-eyed sense crystal that had ever been found in the demonic man race was only an 8-eyed sense crystal. Because it was silvery white, this sense crystal was called an 8-eyed silver crystal. It was treated as the race's most precious treasure and kept in the demonic Emperor Star's Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Even the Demon Emperor couldn't bear to use it. Now, he had inexplicably come across a 9-eyed golden crystal. The 8-eyed sense crystal was silver, and the 9-eyed sense crystal was gold. This was in accordance with the rules, but besides Yi Xian, no one else in the demonic man race knew that the 9-eyed sense crystal was actually gold, because they had never seen it before. Yi Xian was indeed shocked by the fact that he had unexpectedly encountered a top-notch 9-eyed golden crystal. However, this was not what he was more surprised about. Instead, this multi-pupil thought crystal was actually produced in the corpse pond. It was formed from a very beautiful plant in the corpse pond that could be called a corpse flower. After undergoing the baptism of corpse thunder, corpse lightning, and corpse flames, the flower grew into fruit. This fruit was the multi-pupil thought crystal. All of this was simply inconceivable. Yi Xian had previously thought that this was most likely a type of mineral. At most, it was produced in a special place. But at this moment, everything in front of him clearly confirmed the strange reality of the corpse flower condensing fruit turning into polychoria. Rumble, boom! Kacha, just as Yi Xian was in a daze as he stared blankly ahead. However, his mind was rapidly spinning as he analyzed everything. In the area of the corpse pond in front of him, the corpse lightning in the depths of the pond still rushed into the sky one by one and exploded. Then, the corpse lightning burst out and entered the raging corpse flames that enveloped the entire area of the pond. However, the area where the corpse flames burned in the sky was only this 100-mile radius of the corpse pond. It did not spread out and affect the entire boundless black corpse pond. This was because the corpse chi that filled the entire surface of the pond was not a hole. They were like clouds, with a small canopy here and a large canopy there. There would be some gaps between them. When the corpse lightning in this 100-mile area exploded, the invisible airflow that was produced unknowingly pushed away the corpse chi that filled the air around the edge of this area. Under such circumstances, when the corpse chi in this area was ignited by the corpse lightning, the corpse flames burned along with the corpse chi to the edge. When they encountered a separation zone where there was no corpse chi, the corpse flames stopped burning. The corpse chi at the edge was pushed away by the invisible airflow, leaving behind a ring without corpse chi. It was the same as when a forest fire broke out, cutting down trees outside the fire to form a line of separation. In short, the blazing corpse flames only wreaked havoc in the air above the 50-kilometer radius of the pool and didn't spread to the entire corpse pool. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have any other choice but to take the risk and quickly escape from the corpse flames. At this moment, as the flames that were spreading out finally stopped, they were restricted to the area above the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers. At the same time that Yi Xian's heart relaxed, his gaze swept through the area beneath the monstrous corpse flames. His entire body instantly became excited once again. Corpse flowers. Corpse flowers again. And there was more than one. Previously, he had clearly glanced over this area of the corpse pond. Not to mention more corpse flowers. In fact, even the corpse flower that had just condensed the nine-eyed golden crystal fruit appeared inexplicably. Yi Xian originally thought that he did not pay attention at that time, but now it seemed that as a large number of corpse flowers were captured by his gaze, the first corpse flower clearly did not exist before. It was the same as the large number of corpse flowers that appeared in his line of sight now, appearing inexplicably and suddenly. As for the reason why these corpse flowers appeared, there was no need to think too much about it. It was clearly because of the corpse flames that were triggered by the corpse lightning. It was as if they had to go through the baptism of the corpse flames before they could condense the fruit-like multi-eyed thought crystal in the bud. Therefore, before the appearance of the corpse flames, even if there were corpse flowers in a certain corpse pond, they were hidden and would not appear easily. Only when the corpse flames erupted would they take the initiative to appear in order to undergo the baptism and condense the fruit crystals. Although the truth of the matter might have other details, according to Yi Xian's analysis and deduction, this should be the main theme. Of course, regardless of the facts and the truth, as well as the reason or principle, those were actually minor details. It was not important to understand them or not. For Yi Xian, the most important thing was that this time, he was probably going to reap a great harvest. At a glance, in the area of 100 square miles where the corpse flames were burning fiercely in the sky, there were at least 100 demonic corpse flowers that appeared on the surface of the corpse pond. Apart from the initial golden corpse flower, Yi Xian saw another 3 golden corpse flowers, as well as about 7 to 8 silver corpse flowers. Apart from that, the other 100 corpse flowers were all black. It was only a small area of 100 square miles, but there were more than 100 gigantic demonic corpse flowers that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, they were all bathed in the corpse flames above, swaying slightly with some kind of invisible airflow that was emitted by the corpse flames. This scene revealed a cold and demonic beauty, and it caused Yi Xian to suddenly think of a sentence that contained an artistic conception. Chapter 2906. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The secret of the perception crystal. More than 100 incomparably beautiful corpse flowers caused Yi Xian to become excited. The only reason why he had gone through so much trouble to come to the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was to find the multi-pupil perception crystal so that the fragment of the immortal level superbrain, which was the core of his personal star communication system, could grow rapidly. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a wider range of information through the improvement of his personal star communication system's capabilities. Only in this way would he be able to grow rapidly in the context of the universe. Of course, finding the origin of engulfment, which had become the currency of the devouring system, was also one of his goals. However, as long as he had a wider range of information, he would be more confident in finding the origin of engulfment. Therefore, this goal was actually included. Previously, he was worried that even if he entered the Devil Saint Forbidden Land, he would not be able to find the multi-pupil perception crystal. How frustrating would that be? After all, the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was in the vast void of the Milky Way. It was bound to be vast. Finding the multi-pupil perception crystal, which was only the size of a fingernail, would be like finding a needle in a haystack. In fact, according to Yi Xian's understanding, there were not many multi-pupil perception crystals in the entire demon tribe. Even the real upper echelons of the imperial family only had a few. It was obvious how low the probability of it being produced was. However, all his worries and concerns were now gone. Even if the sense crystal fruits produced by more than 100 demonic corpse flowers could not allow the fragment of the immortal level galaxy funbrain to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy superbrain, it was still possible for it to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy superbrain. It could at least increase its quality and level by 1 or 2 times, right? This at least ensured that Yi Xian did not come in vain. Apart from other unexpected gains, such as the inexplicable improvement of his state of mind, he had finally gained something from his original goal. Of course, it was not easy to come here. It would be impossible for Yi Xian not to think about obtaining more multi-pupil perception crystals. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to be greedy. If he wanted to be greedy, he had to at least wait until he obtained the 100 over multi-pupil perception crystals in front of him. Otherwise, he would be too speechless if he thought of other things before he even got his hands on them. With this kind of excitement in his heart, Yi Xian stood at the edge of the island of bones beneath his feet. However, his gaze was fixed on the surface of the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers in front of him. Soon, as time passed, the corpse flames above the pond gradually weakened. After all, no matter how dense the corpse chi was, it would eventually run out. Once the corpse chi was gone, the corpse flames would naturally die out. At first, Yi Xian was worried that after the corpse flames disappeared, these demonic corpse flowers that appeared because of the corpse flames would once again return to the depths of the corpse pool. If that was the case, then Yi Xian would be overjoyed, wasting his expression, and being excited for nothing. However, at this moment, when he saw a few corpse flowers at the edge of the area, after the corpse flames above them had died out, they still swayed slightly and steadily stayed at the edge of the pool. When he saw that they did not disappear, Yi Xian's slightly anxious heart finally calmed down. It was good that they did not run. If they did not run, then there was no need to rush. There was no need to risk some unknown danger under the corpse flames and immediately go to pick them. More than 10 minutes passed. At this moment, the corpse flames above the 100-mile-wide corpse pool had shrunk by more than half. The diameter of the corpse flames was only 1/3 of its original size, burning above the central area. Yi Xian held back for a long time. Finally, at this moment, he leaped up and rushed toward that area. After all, there were no more corpse flames at the edge of the area. However, there were 30 to 40 beautiful corpse flowers swaying gently there. The swaying made Yi Xian's heart itch unbearably. Soon, with excitement in his heart, Yi Xian finally arrived at the edge of the 100-mile-wide corpse flame area. The first thing he rushed toward was a golden corpse flower. In this 100-mile-wide area, there were now 4 golden corpse flowers and 8 silver corpse flowers. Among the 4 golden corpse flowers, the other 3 were in the central area. There were still corpse flames burning above them. Therefore, Yi Xian did not pay attention to them. He would first get the one in the periphery. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's rapidly approaching figure finally approached. But it was also at this moment that his figure, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, suddenly shook. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his entire body trembled violently. It was too unexpected. If it were not for his courage, if it were someone with less courage, he would have been scared out of his wits. Previously, because the distance was too far, Yi Xian could see the corpse flowers. After all, each corpse flower, including the flower stem, was about a meter tall and was considered a large flower. However, although he could see the flowers, he could not clearly see the situation at the bottom of the flower stem because of the distance. However, now that he was close, he could naturally see it clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was given a great fright. Because this golden corpse flower did not come from the corpse pond below. Instead, it grew from the mouth of a living creature's corpse that was facing up. Its roots were deeply buried in the corpse's wide open mouth. It gave people the feeling that after the corpse died, someone threw a flower seed into its mouth. Now, that flower seed sprouted and grew from its mouth. Not only did it grow into a demonic corpse flower the size of a meter, it even bore a golden crystal fruit the size of a pigeon's egg. As this conjecture flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's entire body trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked around. Every demonic corpse flower that he saw was indeed growing from the mouths of corpses that were facing up. One flower was an accident. If there were 2 or 3 flowers, he could still use this excuse to deceive himself. However, now that every flower that he saw was like this, then was there any need to deceive himself? There was no doubt that these corpse flowers grew from the mouths of the living creatures in the pond. Previously, Yi Xian did not see them. It was not because they were hiding in the pond and did not come out, but because they had not been born yet. After the corpse gas in the sky turned into corpse flames, due to some unknown inducement, they suddenly grew rapidly from the mouths of the corpses and condensed into crystal fruits in the blink of an eye. This was already a fact and could not be doubted. However, what was the reason for all this? Was it because these living creatures that grew corpse flowers had some special characteristics? Or was this terrifying corpse pond really a certain existence that, in order to plant corpse flowers and collect crystal fruits, collected and even personally created countless corpses of living creatures and threw them into the pond, using them as fertile soil to grow flowers? As he calculated all this in his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt an incomparably mysterious feeling towards the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower plate of the golden corpse flower. Chapter 2907. A huge harvest. After suddenly discovering that these demonic corpse flowers were actually growing out of the mouths of ancient creatures, Yi Xian was somewhat absent-minded. Suddenly, he inexplicably felt a mysterious and strange aura. It seemed to be shrouding the sky above this endless corpse pool, hiding around his body. It gave birth to an inexplicable feeling of unease. It was like a suspicious ghost. At this moment, no matter how Yi Xian looked at his surroundings, he felt that it was strange. His entire heart was thumping wildly. However, this kind of fluctuating change in his state of mind very quickly disappeared under his strong efforts to pacify himself. Following that, Yi Xian took a deep breath and shook off all the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. He reached out his hand and plucked the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower disc of the golden corpse flower. No matter what secrets there were, he was already here. He had already seen the multi-pupil perception crystal. It was even right in front of him. If he didn't take it, what kind of logic would that make? As for whether there would be any other consequences, or whether there were unfathomable hidden dangers behind this multi-pupil perception crystal, these were not things that he needed to consider now. He would slowly think about it in the future. He had to get the thing first. Thinking like this, Yi Xian had already pinched the golden crystal in his fingers. With a light lift, it was separated from the flower disc of the demonic corpse flower. Yi Xian held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. First of all, it was golden. It was the size of a pigeon's egg and had a prismatic shape. There were countless small prismatic refraction surfaces on its surface, just like a polished diamond. Therefore, when Yi Xian held it in his hand and examined it carefully, he felt that it was unbelievably beautiful. And in this prismatic golden crystal, Yi Xian counted carefully. There were indeed 9 layers of pupil halos. The outer layer was the largest, wrapping around each other. When it reached the innermost 9th layer, it was just a small dot. Suddenly looking at it, it really did seem like he was looking at an eyeball with 9 layers of pupil halos. It was a kind of dazzling, as if he looked at it seriously, his mind would be immersed in the illusion. Other than that, Yi Xian didn't notice any other abnormalities or special colors for the time being. Right at this moment, just as he was about to keep this precious 9-eyed golden crystal into his undying world, he unexpectedly discovered a situation that caused him to jump in fright. Very quickly, his jaw dropped in astonishment. In his line of sight, the gigantic demonic flower from which he had taken the 9-eyed golden crystal was rapidly dissipating in an almost illusory manner. This process had obviously started a while ago, probably right after he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal. It was just that Yi Xian was too preoccupied with examining the 9-eyed golden crystal in his hand to notice. At this moment, half of the bewitching corpse flower had already dissipated. It did not wither, nor did it collapse. Instead, it turned from a material object into an illusory golden speck of light. From top to bottom, it rapidly dispersed and disappeared. This type of miraculous disillusionment quickly reached the root, extending into the mouth of that creature's corpse that had its mouth wide open. However, everything didn't stop there. Very quickly, that corpse also started disillusionment, starting from its face and spreading to its entire body, rapidly turning into golden specks of light and dissipating. Not sure if it was an illusion or not, but Yi Xian clearly discovered that this creature that originally had its mouth wide open and looked incomparably ferocious seemed to have the bloodline of an ape, but had a pair of gigantic wings on its back. The process of disillusionment was transmitted from the corpse flower to its body, starting from its face. Its originally ferocious expressions seemed to have turned into tranquility. Even its originally angry mouth was closed, as if it had been freed from its torment and was relieved. Very quickly, under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, the entire corpse that was about 3 meters tall had completely turned into a small golden speck of light in less than a minute, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the empty space between the corpses on the surface of the pool where it was originally located, Yi Xian suspected that he was in a dream. Everything was too unreal. After calming himself down, Yi Xian flipped his hand and kept the 9-eyed golden crystal in his body, placing it in a small crystal box to prevent its energy from dissipating. Yi Xian still had quite a few of these small crystal boxes, all of which were obtained from the Black Wind's warehouse. It should be a special item prepared by the demon army to store some kind of energy that dissipated easily. There were exactly 100 of them in total. Following that, he did not continue to delay, turning around and rushing towards the other corpse flowers. This time, he did not hesitate and directly plucked the multi-eyed sense crystal from the center of the corpse flowers, keeping it in the undying world in his body, storing it in the small crystal box, before moving on to the next corpse flower. As he continued to pluck the corpse flowers, Yi Xian would occasionally turn around to look at the corpse flowers that he had just plucked. As expected, he discovered that after every corpse flower's crystal fruit was plucked, it would be like the first corpse flower, disappearing from the bottom, and finally to the root, passing this disillusion to the creature that nurtured and nourished the corpse flower. Finally, the corpse marrow also carried a kind of relieved and liberated aura, disappearing completely. After every pluck, it was the same. The only difference was the color of the small specks of light that quickly dissipated when disappearing. When the golden corpse flower dissipated, what appeared was countless golden specks of light. When the silver corpse flower dissipated, the countless specks of light that appeared were silver. As for the black corpse flowers, the large number of specks of light that appeared when disappearing was a kind of semi-transparent faint black color. After plucking the corpse flowers in the periphery, the corpse flame above the corpse pond was finally reduced to a small area of a dozen meters in radius and would be completely extinguished soon. While there was still some light, Yi Xian immediately sped up. After a short while, he had finished plucking all the crystal fruits in the central area. Then he flew around in a circle in midair. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he was relieved. His figure flashed, and he swept toward the skeleton island that he had previously landed on. Before he reached the island, the light behind him had quietly dimmed, and the corpse flame was finally extinguished. The entire corpse pond once again fell into an endless darkness. Fortunately, whether it was Yi Xian's mental power or divine sense, they could spread out in this extreme darkness, replacing the vision of the naked eye. Therefore, even if there was no light, to him, everything around him was still as clear as a candle's flame. After landing on the skeleton island, Yi Xian took out his harvest this time and began to count them. The 4 9-pupil golden crystals were placed in 4 small crystal boxes by themselves. There were 8 pieces of 8-eyed silver crystal, and they were also stored in 8 small crystal boxes. In addition, there were some black and semi-transparent multi-eyed sense crystals of other grades. Based on the number of layers of pupil halos inside, these sense crystals should be from 3-eyed to 7-eyed, a total of 103 pieces. Chapter 2908. Gong Ming Tian Yun Yi Xian stored the 103 black translucent multi-pupil consciousness crystals, which ranged from 3 pupils to 7 pupils, in 5 small crystal boxes according to their different levels. The 3-eyed and 4-eyed crystals had the most, with over 30 each. The 7-eyed crystals had the least, but there were still 12 of them. These 5 small crystal boxes were quickly stored in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. After that, Yi Xian played with the 8 8-eyed golden crystals for a while before keeping them in his body as well. Right now, there were only 4 small crystal boxes in front of him, each containing a 9-eyed golden crystal. Yi Xian examined them carefully and realized that there were slight differences between the 4 boxes of 9-eyed golden crystals. Of course, they were mostly the same. If one did not examine them carefully, one would not be able to see the differences. This difference was reflected in 2 aspects. One was the depth of color. 2 was the number of small prismatic facets on the surface of the golden crystals. In terms of color, even though all 4 of them were golden semi-transparent crystals, the one that Yi Xian picked first shone brighter than the other 4. In terms of facets, the one that Yi Xian picked first had the most facets. There were thousands of facets on the surface of the crystal. Even though the other 3 also had thousands of facets, they had fewer facets than the first one. Even among the 3 9-eyed golden crystals, the one with the most minor refractive surfaces had 600 less minor refractive surfaces than the first one. Even though Yi Xian could not figure out the difference, he was sure of one thing. Among the 4 9-eyed golden crystals, the one that he picked first was definitely the best and most perfect one. With this guess in mind, Yi Xian quickly kept the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals into his undying world. Then, he took the first 9-eyed golden crystal out of the crystal box and played with it for a while before keeping it into his body. He threw it to the devouring system for identification. Very quickly, the system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host! You have obtained 1 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, perfect 9-eyed. Attribute, primordial mystique inheritance. Do you want to start collecting the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Yi Xian subconsciously roared out these words in his mind. He then realized that he had overreacted. As long as he did not give a definite answer, the system would not act on its own accord. However, he did not have the time to be embarrassed. He focused all his attention on the system's notification in his mind. 9-eyed level 9 was expected. Perfect 9-eyed mystique inheritance was. But what was the meaning of the primordial divine ability inheritance in the appraisal result? Why did it ask him to collect the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Could it be that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of a divine ability after absorbing the 9-eyed golden crystal? Moreover, it was of the primordial level? Wasn't this a bit too much of a joke? If that was the case, wouldn't there be many powerful people in the demon tribe who would have such a primordial mystique inheritance? After all, although the multi-eyed divine crystal was rare, some of the higher-ups in the demon tribe still had 2 or 3 of them. If he didn't figure this out, Yi Xian obviously wouldn't act rashly. What if there were some unknown dangers or even dangers? Thinking of this, he immediately took out the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals and threw them to the devouring system for appraisal. The result caused him to be stunned once again. The appraisal results of these 3 9-eyed golden crystals were exactly the same, without a single difference. Ding! Congratulations to the host! You have obtained 1 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, normal 9-eyed. Attribute, spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start collecting it immediately? Basically, the result was similar to the first one. However, in terms of quality and attribute, the difference was like heaven and earth. In terms of quality, the first one was a perfect 9-eyed crystal, but these 3 were normal 9-eyed. In terms of attribute, the first one was a primordial mystique inheritance, but these 3 were spiritual origin crystals. And in terms of the question at the end of the notification, the absorption of these 3 crystals was only a question. What was absorbed was probably only spiritual origin. Of course, it was far from normal spiritual origin. The quality of the 9-eyed level 9 was right there. But these 3 crystals were obviously not like the first one. In terms of absorption, apart from obtaining pure, high-quality spiritual origin energy, one could also obtain a primordial mystique inheritance. With this comparison, Yi Xian basically knew what was going on. It seemed that not all multi-pupil sense crystals contained some kind of divine ability inheritance from the primordial age. Only a 9-eyed golden crystal that had reached the 9th grade of the 9 eyes and was a perfect 9th grade in terms of quality would contain such a divine ability that originated from the primordial era. Therefore, The multi-eyed divine crystals in the hands of the demon dwellers could at most absorb some high-quality spiritual origin energy. Even the 3 in Yi Xian's hands had reached the 9th level of the 9 pupils, but they weren't perfect in terms of quality. They were only ordinary 9 pupils golden crystals, and they didn't contain any inheritances. There was no need to mention the goods in their hands that were like rotten street goods to Yi Xian. After confirming this result, Yi Xian was instantly relieved. Perfect 9-eyed golden crystals were not easy to find. Although this corpse pool was boundless, and if there were golden 9-eyed golden crystals, there might not be perfect level 9, but even if there were definitely not many. In addition, the 9-eyed golden crystals that appeared were very rare to begin with. With this accumulation, perfect 9-eyed golden crystals were basically something that could only be found by chance. In that case, wasn't the value of the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal in his hands immeasurable? In addition, what exactly was the divine ability inheritance contained within this perfect grade 9 eyes golden crystal? A primordial level divine ability. Just thinking about it was enough to move him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart thumped faster and faster. In the end, he couldn't restrain himself, and after putting the other 3 9-eyed golden crystals into the small crystal box and storing them into the undying world within his body, he finally gave the order to Devourer to immediately absorb the first 9-eyed golden crystal and accept the divine ability inheritance contained within. When this order was given, Yi Xian was already sitting cross-legged on the ground of Skeleton Island. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. The system's confirmation notification sounded, and then it began the process of absorbing the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal. Very quickly, strands of golden spiritual origin energy were sent into Yi Xian's mind and automatically entered the purplish-black spiritual core in his mind. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yi Xian, who was immersed in the process, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Chapter 2909. One arrow shatters the heaven's heaven-falling bow? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard those 3 words. His first reaction was to wonder if the system had made a mistake, or if he had misheard it. The 3 words heaven-falling bow clearly indicated that it was a magic treasure. Although the name of the bow sounded quite domineering, this small 9-eyed golden crystal was not a spatial magic treasure. How could there be a bow named heaven falling in it? Wasn't he supposed to get a powerful divine ability from the desolate antiquity era? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly felt his knowledge sea tremble, as if something had been directly sent in by the devouring system. Could it be that the 9-eyed golden crystal contained the law of primordial era's divine ability? With this thought, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. It wasn't that he hadn't grasped divine abilities before, but the environment and background at that time were different. Divine abilities were closely related to some kind of law of heaven and earth. For example, the void suppression divine ability used by the Void Ladybird Empress in the Black Hole of Life was a type of divine ability that used the law of void. However, the void suppression divine ability that the Void Ladybird Empress had mastered was not complete and was incomplete. Otherwise, with the strength of the law of void, it would not have been so weak. Although Yi Xian had mastered some divine abilities in the past. However, whether it was in the immortal world or the god world, the divine abilities that he had mastered were actually comprehended in the narrow environment of a single star like the 9-heaven star. Although every divine ability was indeed related to some kind of law of heaven and earth, the law of heaven and earth mentioned here was an extremely narrow law of heaven and earth at the level of the 9-heaven star. Now, Yi Xian had already left the 9-heaven star and entered the vast and boundless Milky Way outside. The great shadow of heaven and earth he was in was no longer the inner world of a single star, but the background of the entire vast and boundless starry sky. In this environment of the starry sky, the law of heaven and earth within a single star was no longer applicable. Therefore, the divine abilities that Yi Xian had painstakingly mastered before were all useless in the starry sky world. There was no way he could use it. And now, the divine art he obtained from this 9-pupil golden crystal would be his first divine art in the context of the starry sky. Moreover, this divine art originated from the distant desolate antiquity era. Just this point alone was enough to predict its extraordinariness. When he thought of this, Yi Xian could no longer hold back. He immediately immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to grasp this desolate era divine ability as soon as possible. Even if he could only display a small portion of its power for the time being, it should be enough for Yi Xian, whose cultivation was still low. With such a strong expectation, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, he saw the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Before this, there were already two foreign objects suspended above his sea of consciousness. One of them was the spirit source core that hovered in the eastern part of his knowledge sea. The second was the void crystal that was hovering in the western part of his sea of consciousness. And now, this small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness was obviously the third foreign object. This golden bow was clearly in the form of energy. Its entire body was golden, and it was extremely small. It was only the size of a thumb, and there was no bowstring. Needless to say, there was not a single arrow. It was completely a naked bow. However, its shape was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow was composed of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow was a 2-headed monster. Its wide open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling miserably. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. Seeing this small and strange golden bow, Yi Xian was stunned. Could this be the fallen sky bow that he obtained from the 9-pupil golden crystal? Some kind of divine art from the distant antiquity era? Wasn't this too much of a scam? A divine art from the antiquity era had turned into a strange small bow? The key point was that it was a defective product. It was fine if there were no arrows, but at least there should be a bowstring, right? Depressed, Yi Xian sighed and extended a wisp of his divine sense over, as if he had accepted his fate. Soon, he touched the small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness. The next moment, an explosion suddenly came without warning. It was like a thunderclap on a dry day. In an instant, Yi Xian's consciousness was shaken, and he almost fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yi Xian's consciousness shook for a moment. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. It was no longer his sea of consciousness, but a boundless void of stars. Even more surprising to him was that this unfamiliar and vast starry sky actually gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and it revealed a simple and boundless feeling of age and distance. It was surprisingly similar to the void of stars where he saw the starry sky giant turtle when he cultivated the void dimension fragment and the golden starry sky giant dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestral dragon blood. Could it be that this small golden bow really came from the antiquity era? Otherwise, as soon as his divine sense touched it, it immediately caused a terrifying explosion that seemed to be the rumbling of the Grand Tao, and then he saw this boundless starry sky from the antiquity era. Screech. Roar. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. There was a fierce roar full of violent aura. There was a roar full of the power to swallow the starry sky. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, he saw an extremely tragic battle at the end of the endless starry sky. The entire endless starry sky was the battlefield. Everywhere on this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that could not be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless starry sky, Yi Xian seemed to be able to clearly sense the terrifying aura that was emitted from their bodies. He could not describe this aura and did not know what kind of realm it was, but Yi Xian did not doubt that even a supreme existence like the Mad Mosquito Emperor could only be reduced to an ant in the face of this aura. As for being less than an ant. Swish. Just as Xian was shocked, a high-pitched screech sounded out, and a brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield in front of him. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space, and instantly rushed to the end of the vast starry sky. Along the way, it destroyed everything, and even the starry sky was cut in two. Chapter 29:10. The ancient and confusing past. This golden arrow of light, capable of tearing through the void of the galaxy, soared into the heavens, and as it did so, Xian's body trembled violently once more. He wasn't shocked by its terrifying supreme power, but was shocked by the familiarity of this golden light. Subconsciously, Xian's line of sight followed the direction of the terrifying golden arrow. Very quickly, a figure that was not very tall entered Xian's line of sight. It was humanoid in shape, but its face was ferocious, just like a Wuxia. Although its body was only about 10 feet tall, there was clearly a pair of huge wings on its back. They flapped slightly, supporting its body lightly in the air. This was clearly the corpse that Xian had picked the first nine-eyed golden crystal from the corpse pool. It was the corpse that was facing up, its mouth wide open, and the corpse flower that had nurtured the nine-eyed golden crystal grew from its roots. At this moment, the figure raised his left hand high up in the air, and the huge, weird, and ancient golden bow that was gradually disappearing proved this point. In that instant, Xian came to a realization. As it turned out, the reason why the corpse flower grew out of its mouth was not because someone was using a corpse to nurture the flower. Judging from the corpse flower's golden crystal fruit that contained the fallen sky bow's divine ability, the birth of the corpse flower and the formation of the nine-eyed golden crystal in the flower disk was clearly influenced by a strand of obsession left behind by the existence that floated in the corpse pool. Only then could it be realized. However, did such a powerful being from the primordial era die in the end? Then who was it that threw its corpse into this endless corpse pool? Furthermore, were all the other corpses in the corpse pond also supreme existences of the same level as it? It was also what he was seeing right now. Although it was incomparably vivid, in reality, it was in this monstrous battle that happened countless years ago. Had he fallen? Then what was the meaning of this battle? What was the reason? What was the result in the end? As questions continuously surfaced in his mind, Xian was completely at a loss. His gaze gradually blurred, and he shifted his gaze away from the supreme expert who had left behind the fallen soul bow's inheritance. Just like that, he slowly swept his gaze across the battlefield in a daze. A land of endless slaughter with the boundless starry sky as the background. Suddenly, Xian's pupils constricted. His originally dull and sluggish consciousness also instantly sobered up at this moment. Even his body violently shook, and cold sweat faintly appeared on his back. It was another familiar figure. Moreover, this figure, even at this moment, was still entangling him. It was a kind of uneasiness, as if there was a dagger on his back. At the edge of this galactic battlefield, in an area where there were fewer desolate antiquity creatures, Xian clearly saw a blood-red figure lurking on the back of a huge dead star. The illusory state of the energy body, the huge size of a small meteor, and the appearance of an ordinary ape, except for the strange shape of a blood horn on the top of its head. Everything was so familiar. This was clearly the statue that was embedded on the cliff at the bottom of the valley in the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet. This was clearly the owner of the weeping soul blood horn that had always been in Xian's undying world, but could not be found no matter how hard he tried. This was clearly a giant weeping soul beast with a blood horn. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian instantly felt unwell. This weeping soul beast with a blood horn was actually a supreme existence from the desolate antiquity era. No wonder even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the black hole of life did not have the slightest intention to resist when facing its aura. But this was not the key point. The key point was that in this monstrous war that broke out countless years ago in the desolate antiquity era, all the other desolate antiquity creatures seemed to have fallen, including the original owner of the fallen sky bow that Xian obtained, the supreme existence with the power to destroy a part of the sky with a single arrow, had also fallen. But this weeping soul beast with a bloodhorn was clearly an exception. Even though its original illusory body might have already dissipated, the weeping soul bloodhorn that was left behind clearly contains some sort of mystery. Otherwise, how could this horn be so strange as to be able to freely enter and exit the undying world within Yi Xian's body? Even hunting the 9-star Ladybird Emperor and absorbing its energy crystal body for its own use? Could it be that this weeping soul beast with a bloodhorn really did not fall in that battle back then? Was it sealed in the Demon Emperor Forbidden Ground where the corpse pond was located together with the corpses of all the experts who had fallen in that battle? Then, what was the matter with the statue embedded in the cliff of the mountain deep in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet? Was it its original body that was sealed? Was it detected by some kind of power when it was trying to escape from the Demon Emperor Forbidden Ground and was directly sealed in the cliff of the mountain? Then, what was the Weeping Soul bloodhorn that appeared in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star? Who was it that set up the altar and sealed the Weeping Soul bloodhorn there? While his body was shaking violently, Yi Xian's eyes were always fixed on the Weeping Soul beast in the distant corner of the void in front of him, but in an instant, a series of tangled questions flashed through his mind. All of this made him feel as if his head was about to split apart, as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Confusing and confusing. He had thought about it, and even hoped that all this was just him being oversensitive, but in fact, it was simply impossible. Leaving aside everything that had already appeared in reality, such as the statue in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet, the Weeping Soul bloodhorn in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor's death, and the blood-red Weeping Soul horn that he had been looking for all over his body but could not find. Even if all of this was put aside for the time being, the strange scene that entered Yi Xian's line of sight was still enough to prove that this blood-horned Weeping Soul beast was unfathomable. At this moment, in the vast battlefield of the stars, countless creatures of the remote antiquity era were all fighting fiercely. Only this Weeping Soul beast, which was like a small meteor, was quietly hiding behind a huge dead star, secretly looking at the entire vast battlefield of the stars. His demeanor and actions clearly showed that he was trying to pry into her. Why didn't it fight? What was the purpose of hiding like a ghost? What was the purpose or scheme? As he stared blankly at all of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the countless primordial creatures in the boundless starry sky were fighting to the extreme, and the bloodhorn Weeping Soul beast was silently hiding in a remote corner of the battlefield. Gui Chong was spying on them to the extreme. When these two images entered his eyes at the same time, the stark contrast caused him to inexplicably feel a chill in his heart. It was also at this moment that the Weeping Soul beast, who was hiding in the shadow of the huge dead star, seemed to feel something and slowly turned its head to look at Yi Xian. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 29:11. Double Advancement. Boom. Just as Yi Xian's line of sight and the inheritance scene converged with the blood-horn Weeping Soul beast at the edge of the blood-colored void battlefield, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out, directly blasting Yi Xian's consciousness out of the inheritance scene that originated from the primordial era. It even caused his own consciousness to withdraw from his sea of consciousness and open his eyes. At this moment, an extremely strong light of shock burst out from Yi Xian's eyes. Only now did he realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. It was even more so for his forehead. As a cultivator with the background of the starry sky, if it wasn't for the fact that his mind had suffered such a huge change and shock, such a situation definitely wouldn't have occurred. From this, it could be seen how astonished Yi Xian was. There was a conspiracy. What a huge conspiracy! It was related to the primordial era and had continued to this day. It even involved Yi Xian himself. If there was a string that connected all of this, then this string was undoubtedly the bloodhorn Weeping Soul beast. However, what he saw earlier was clearly the scene of the primordial memory inheritance contained within the 9-pupil golden crystal. Even though this scene really did exist, it was in the primordial past countless years ago after all. Under such circumstances, how could the bloodhorn Weeping Soul beast in the inheritance image sense his existence? Furthermore, its blood-red eyes, which were filled with an endlessly strange aura, could actually meet his gaze in reality? That was impossible. But that fleeting exchange of glances was so real. Even if Yi Xian didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. Damn it! What was the reason for all this? What secrets are they hiding? The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt in his head. He wanted to stop thinking about it, but he couldn't help but start thinking about it again. All of this infuriated Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian suddenly heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind, instantly diverting his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host! His cultivation base had increased. Current cultivation base, Meteor Level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host! Source Core Level Upgrade. Current level, Level 6. You have obtained a Mind Power Secret Technique. Would you like to activate it immediately? The successive system notifications instantly improved Yi Xian's gloomy mood. His cultivation base and source core level had both increased at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. This time, Yi Xian hadn't absorbed the source energy of the star core to cultivate the void fragment art. He hadn't absorbed the source energy of the demon's brain or the weeping soul beast's illusory body to condense his source core. However, his source core level and cultivation base level had both. Was a pleasant surprise. However, although the accident came suddenly, Yi Xian immediately understood the reason behind it after pondering for a moment. It was obvious that all of this was because of the nine-eyed golden crystal. After the nine-eyed golden crystal's high-grade source energy had been absorbed by the devouring system, all of it had been injected into the source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. The extremely high grade of this pure source energy had caused his source core to undergo a metamorphosis. Leveling up from level 5 to level 6 was simply a matter of course. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, it was partly because Yi Xian had absorbed quite a bit of the star core's source energy and had been accumulating it in his body the entire time. All he lacked was an opportunity to break through. Absorbing the nine-eyed golden crystal had been the best opportunity for a breakthrough. After all, the nine-eyed golden crystal didn't only contain the source energy of the star core. Yi Xian had already discovered that there was some other pure energy contained within it. After all, the nine-eyed golden crystal had been grown from the flesh of an ancient powerhouse. It couldn't possibly be just the source energy of the star core. As for these pure energies that weren't spiritual origin energy, after being absorbed, it was obvious that they were the same as the source of the star core. They were directly used on Yi Xian's main cultivation technique, which was the cultivation of the void insight fragment. Therefore, his cultivation in this aspect had also unexpectedly advanced. Overjoyed, Yi Xian immediately felt the power within his body. Sure enough, even though he had only advanced from the first level of the meteor realm to the second level, the higher his cultivation level was, It was also only a small breakthrough. However, compared to before, the change in his strength after advancing and before advancing was even more obvious. At the moment, he could clearly feel that his body was full of surging power. His entire body was in an excellent state, which was simply unprecedented. As for the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, it had undergone its 5th transformation and entered the 6th stage. Due to the increase in the source energy it contained, its volume had become much denser. Therefore, the mind source core had shrunk once again. It was now the size of a green bean, but there was a thick layer of purple around it. Its original black color had become fainter and fainter, to the point where it was almost undetectable. After a careful examination, Yi Xian's mood had completely recovered. The haze from before had been thrown to the back of his mind. Then he immediately ordered the system to activate the mind power secret technique that he had obtained after his mind source core had evolved to the 6th stage. If there was anything that Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with about this simultaneous breakthrough in his source core grade and cultivation base, it was obviously the mind power secret technique that he had obtained this time. Previously, he had always hoped that when his source core evolved to the 6th stage, he would be able to obtain some sort of remarkable ability related to the use of mind power. However, this hope had clearly been dashed. What Yi Xian had obtained was still the same as before. It was some sort of secret technique related to the use of mind power. However, it was still better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing when his mind source core had evolved to the 5th stage. Previously, when Yixian's mind source core had been reconstructed and evolved from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, it had still required some time and accumulation before the 4th transformation was complete. However, when he had encountered the Mad Mosquito Emperor on the Mosquito Beast Star and obtained his help, he had immediately skipped this process. However, perhaps due to the interference of external forces during that transformation, when the countless fragments of the jelly-like mind source core in Yixian's mind had once again condensed into a crystalline source, Yixian had not heard any system notification that he had obtained any sort of mind power secret technique or mind power secret technique. At the time, he had been worried that there wouldn't be any in the future. However, after the 5th transformation of his source core, he had obtained another mind power secret technique, which had finally made him relax a little. Plus, the mind power secret technique that he had obtained when his source core evolved to the 6th stage was more or less stronger than the mind suppression secret technique that he had obtained when his source core had evolved to the 4th stage. This was enough for him. Chapter 29:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Spiritual Thunder Technique, Ding. Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the secret technique of spiritual power, Spiritual Thunder Technique. As the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in his mind, Yixian, who was full of anticipation, was immediately stunned. Spiritual Thunder Technique? Spiritual power could actually evolve into a lightning-shaped attack? Yixian had never heard of this before. Generally speaking, there were 2 types of lightning-type attacks. One was to grasp a certain level of the law of lightning and use lightning-type divine abilities to directly trigger the lightning-type attacks in the void. The other type was to use special lightning-type magic treasures to attack. These lightning-type magic treasures first had to be refined with lightning-type materials. After the refinement was completed, one had to go to some starry sky thunder pool or some stars or regions in the void of the universe where lightning-type energy was rich and filled with endless lightning-type energy all year round. After the lightning-type energy was refined, one could freely use this lightning-type magic treasure to launch lightning-type attacks in battle. Yixian had only obtained a secret technique of using spiritual power. Obviously, it was impossible for him to obtain any lightning-type magic treasures. Similarly, since it was a secret technique, it was impossible for it to be like the lightning-type divine ability, where one could use one's understanding of the law of lightning to directly trigger the lightning-type energy in the void of the universe for one's own use and attack as one pleased. Therefore, if he was not mistaken, this so-called spiritual lightning technique was most likely a technique that directly used his spiritual origin energy as energy. After some complicated elemental evolution and transformation, the spiritual origin energy would be transformed into the power of lightning and then used to launch an attack. Although it was not as easy to use as the lightning-type divine ability and did not consume much spiritual power, it was at least much more convenient than relying on lightning-type magic treasures to launch a lightning-type attack. As long as one had enough spiritual origin energy, there was no need to go around collecting lightning-type energy. Furthermore, one had to refine the energy before using it as one pleased. All in all, Yixian was quite satisfied. Soon, Yixian's mind was immersed in his knowledge sea. 2 balls of energy of different colors were reflected in his vision. These 2 balls of light floated silently in the air above his knowledge sea. Unlike the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, and the strange little golden bow in the distance, they were unusually quiet. The 2 balls of light contained pure inheritance information. The purplish-green ball of light contained the essence of the spiritual lightning technique, a secret technique that Yixian had obtained after his mind source core had undergone its 5th metamorphosis and reached level 6. As for the other ball of golden energy, it contained the primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow, that Yixian had inherited from the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal. The Heaven Falling Bow, which sounded like an arrow-type magic treasure's divine ability, was rather strange. The entire divine ability was like an imprint, and that imprint was the strange little golden bow that was currently floating in the north of Yixian's knowledge sea. This ball of golden energy was the specific method to activate the divine ability imprint in the shape of a small golden bow. It could be said that whether it was the main body of the Heaven-Fallen Bow's divine ability, the small bow, or the golden ball of energy in front of Yi Xian, both of them were the key to successfully executing the Heaven-Fallen Bow's unique primordial divine ability. Neither of them could be missing. Yi Xian extended his consciousness and sank it into the golden ball of light. Soon, a large amount of obscure and mysterious runes covered the sky and covered the earth as they swept towards his consciousness. As expected of a powerful divine ability from the primordial era, Yi Xian had never imagined such a huge amount of rune information before. There was no doubt that it would take far more than a short period of time to completely master and comprehend this primordial divine ability, Heaven-Falling Bow. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian gave it some thought and quickly dismissed the idea of immediately comprehending it. Soon, the strand of consciousness that he had extended earlier quickly withdrew from the golden ball of light. Yi Xian planned to find some free time to properly comprehend the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability. As for now, he planned to devote all his energy to comprehending the secret technique of spiritual power that he had just obtained, which was the spiritual thunderbolt technique. There was no doubt that the power of the spiritual thunderbolt technique was much weaker than that of the Heaven-Falling Bow. This was obvious just from the fact that the spiritual thunderbolt technique was a secret technique of using spiritual power, while the Heaven-Falling Bow was a divine ability that was passed down from the distant primordial era. However, for Yi Xian, the primordial divine ability named Heaven-Falling Bow was far less practical and important than the spiritual thunderbolt technique, which was merely a secret technique. Perhaps this was one of the main reasons why Yi Xian immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind when he discovered that it seemed to be a rather troublesome matter to successfully use the Heaven-Falling Bow's divine ability. At this moment, as the strand of consciousness that he had extended into the golden ball of light retracted, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and immediately sent this strand of consciousness into another ball of light that was suffused with a dark purple color. Similarly, as soon as his strand of consciousness entered the ball of light, a large amount of cryptic rune information swept toward Yi Xian's consciousness. Although the amount was still enormous, if it was compared to the enormous amount of rune information within the golden energy ball from before, it was obviously much, much less. They were simply not existences of the same level. Yi Xian roughly estimated that based on the amount of cryptic rune information contained in the dark purple ball of light, he would be able to completely grasp the secret technique of using spiritual power within half a day at the latest. In terms of time, it was obviously acceptable. After confirming this, Yi Xian's entire body seemed to instantly become excited. He didn't hesitate any longer and poured all of his attention into it. Very quickly, he entered a profound state where he forgot about everything and wandered around in this mystical world where spiritual energy was used as a secret technique. Time passed slowly. Yi Xian, who was completely immersed in the profound method of using spiritual power contained in the dark purple ball of light, had completely lost consciousness of time. Unknowingly, a full 3 days had passed. This had far exceeded his initial estimate of the time he would need to comprehend the spiritual thunderbolt technique. Fortunately, although the original estimate of time had been extended by several times, it was only 3 days. For Yi Xian, who could spend an entire month in this mysterious Saint Devil Forbidden Area's void, it was barely acceptable. Chapter 29:13. Corpse flames soaring into the sky, boom. Zlala, crack. Just as Yi Xian's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened without any warning, an invisible energy shockwave strangely rippled out from his eyes. It was extremely fast, and with a strange power that surged through the void, it actually shot to the edge of the skeletal island beneath him in the blink of an eye. It arrived in an instant. Almost at the same time, at the edge of the skeletal island, a small purple lightning ball suddenly exploded without any warning. Weak purple lightning arcs instantly scattered in all directions, emitting a dense, sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. This egg-sized purple lightning ball, as well as the spider web of purple lightning that appeared after the lightning ball exploded, was the result of Yi Xian's first small attempt after he completely comprehended this spiritual lightning technique. It had to be said that Yi Xian was very satisfied with the effect of this small attempt. Although the dark purple ball of lightning that exploded was very small, like the size of an egg, and the pearl net purple lightning that burst forth after the ball of lightning exploded only covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. As for the actual lethality of this lightning ball and the spider web of purple lightning, it was even more insignificant. However, to Yi Xian, he was already very satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect in a short period of time. Not to mention that he'd only used a small amount of his spiritual energy to condense this lightning ball. If it was necessary, once Yi Xian used his full strength and didn't care about the consumption of his spiritual energy, with his current strength and foundation in terms of spiritual energy, he would be able to condense a rather large ball of lightning. Once it exploded, the power would be far from what he'd experienced for the first time. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to really go all out and use this kind of spiritual lightning technique with all his strength, even if he was only at the second level of the meteor realm, the instantaneous attack power he would be able to display would still be quite impressive. It could be said that in an instant, Yi Xian's overall combat strength had increased by a level. However, these thoughts only appeared briefly in his mind before they were quickly thrown to the back of his mind. In fact, the real reason why Yi Xian was so anxious to master this spiritual lightning technique immediately had nothing to do with increasing his combat strength. His goal was this vast and boundless black corpse pool. To be precise, it was the countless corpses of primordial creatures that floated in this boundless corpse pool. Everything that had happened before had already allowed Yi Xian to have a certain understanding of this corpse pool. At the very least, Yi Xian already knew how the multi-eyed thought crystals were formed, what kind of incentives were needed to cause the corpse flower to appear, and how the multi-eyed thought crystals were born. Although Yi Xian was unable to understand the specific principle, it did not affect his next plan. Obviously, as long as the corpse flower appeared, then the multi-pupil thought crystals that Yi Xian needed would be in his hands. As for the trigger for the corpse flower to appear, it was obviously the endless corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. After it was ignited by the corpse lightning that burst forth after the corpse lightning exploded, it formed a corpse flame. However, although this strange corpse pool could be said to be vast and boundless, the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth was obviously not very high. If he were to sit there and wait, he was afraid that he might not be able to see the next corpse lightning bursting forth even after a month of training. Yi Xian naturally could not sit there and do nothing. That was not his usual style at all. Since the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth could not be predicted and could not be controlled at will, then, at the very most, he could change his method of thinking and use the lightning to ignite the corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. Wasn't it just a matter of lighting a fire? If this corpse pool was not so vast, and Yi Xian had to obtain as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible within this short period of less than a month, this would not be a problem at all. The reason why there was an almost negligible amount of corpse gas at the edge of the 100-mile radius area where the corpse flame raged was because before the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, there was a gust of wind that swept the corpse gas in the air above the pool. When the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, it was so strong that the corpse gas was blown away by the sudden rise of the corpse flame. With a gleam in his eyes, Yi Xian rose into the air from the skeleton island. As he rushed back the way he came, he muttered to himself and deduced all the details of the entire plan. Right now, I am using the spiritual lightning technique to ignite the corpse gas. Before the lightning ball explodes and the lightning bursts forth, there is absolutely no precursor effect. In this case, I only need to start from the center of the corpse pool that faces the crater above. Then, the corpse flame will burn in the center of the pool and quickly spread in all directions. What I need to do is wait for the corpse flame in the center to extinguish because of the consumption of the corpse gas. Then, I will descend and start to collect the multi-pupil thought crystals from the center. As the corpse flame in the surrounding areas extinguishes, I will gradually go deeper into the corpse pool. In terms of manpower, I obviously can't take care of this vast pool of corpses by myself. When the time comes, I'll just summon the Black Wind and the Dongshu shuttle and let Gui Hai Dao lead the entire army of fiend slaves to harvest the corpses. Anyway, no matter what, this time, I have to take as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible. After all, even if I have another chance to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land in the future, it will be at least 100 years later. If I don't have enough multi-pupil thought crystals, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long even if I give the star super brain fragment away. As Yi Xian kept muttering to himself, he sped all the way. Soon, he finally returned to the area facing the crater above the corpse pool. Almost 4 days have passed since the 1-month deadline. I can't waste any more time. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment as he stood in the air above the pool. In the end, he clenched his teeth and threw away the last bit of misgivings in his heart. As he muttered to himself, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand towards the corpse pool below. Rumble! Crack! Zzz. On the way back, more than a dozen spiritual energy lightning balls that were condensed from quite a bit of spiritual energy origin energy shot out from Yi Xian's hands. In the blink of an eye, they reached the height of the pool where the corpse aura was the densest and immediately exploded without any suspense, releasing streaks of dark purple electric nets that emitted a mysterious aura. In a few breaths of time, the large amount of corpse aura that filled the pool below was instantly ignited. Chapter 29:14. The fruit picker has arrived. Yi Xian originally thought that the black corpse gas floating above the corpse pond would start to burn from the center of the ring-shaped mountain pass. Then, the fire would slowly spread out in all directions. However, the reality was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. As he threw down more than a dozen spiritual power thunderballs, they exploded and burst into a dark purple electric net. As a result, a large area of corpse gas was ignited in an instant. Just the range of Yi Xian's perception was already more than 1,000 miles away. It was impossible to estimate how far the corpse pond had been ignited. It was very likely that the black corpse gas that filled the entire vast corpse pool had been ignited in an instant. The fire below him instantly ignited. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly increased his speed and rushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass at the first moment. Boom! Almost in the next instant, a huge pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles gushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass like it was biting its tail. It soared into the sky at least 1,000 miles away, almost turning half of the sky red. However, this red was obviously strange. After all, it was ignited by corpse gas. Within the red, there was a touch of gray and black. Clearly, the fire was soaring into the sky, but what hit him was a cold aura. This should be because it was burning corpse gas, and the quantity was extremely large. Yi Xian subconsciously retreated a distance before stopping. His expression was already somewhat sluggish as he stared blankly at the gigantic pillar of flames in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he nervously muttered to himself, "This commotion seems to be a bit big. Could something have happened?" Obviously, no one could answer this question. The only thing Yi Xian could do now was to wait. If he didn't wait for this level of fire to be extinguished before continuing, even if he hid in the Dongshu shuttle and sneaked into the ring-shaped mountain pass, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he had to retreat. There are only 20 days left in the month. This fire shouldn't be burning for too long, right? Realizing this problem, Yi Xian immediately became even more nervous. After a while, he faintly sighed and comforted himself. At the very least, the corpse chi in the central area of the corpse pond below the ring-shaped mountain pass should be exhausted soon. After all, there is an open ring-shaped mountain pass above, and the corpse aura is slowly leaking out, so the concentration of the corpse aura is not very high. If one were to climb to an endless height from the enormous crater Yi Xian was currently in, and finally look down, the scene one would see was actually not a celestial body. Instead, it was a broken continent. This continent was like a complete vessel that had been smashed to the ground, breaking into countless pieces of varying sizes. Some of these large and small fragments were connected to each other, while some were isolated and did not come into contact with any other fragments. However, the gaps between the large and small fragments were not oceans, but the void, a chaotic void filled with turbulent turbulence. In addition, this entire continent formed by fragments was surrounded by a layer of void filled with turbulent turbulence. Like an isolation belt, The entire continent was separated from the boundless void of the Milky Way outside. It was like being exiled, imprisoned. This was a land of exile, a land that had been completely smashed, fragmented, and separated from the original boundless void of the Milky Way. The fragment that Xianxia was in happened to be located in the central area of this vast continent. It was the largest of all the fragments that made up this continent. And that crater was located in the center of this largest fragment. At this moment, if one looked carefully even at such a height, one could see that in the center of this largest fragment, there seemed to be a small red dot that suddenly appeared. This red dot was the pillar of corpse chi that rose into the sky from the crater of the crater. Such a huge pillar of corpse chi, even at such a terrifying height, could be seen as a small red. Then, in this mysterious continent formed by countless fragments below, it was naturally more eye-catching. Although there were very few living creatures in this mysterious continent, it was not that there were none. At this moment, as this huge pillar of red flame rose into the sky, there were some existences in all directions of the crater. In an instant, they were attracted, and one by one, they cast their eyes over. Some of them quickly retracted their aura again, as if they were not very interested in this, but a small number of them, one after another, all rushed towards the area where the huge pillar of flame was located. Some of them were extremely far away, and between the largest fragment where the huge crater was located, there was more than a chaotic void filled with space-time turbulence between them and the largest fragment where the huge crater was located. They could only go around time and time again. Obviously, it was impossible to reach their destination in a short time, and it was even possible that they would never reach their destination. However, there were also a few figures who were destined to arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region. This was because they were all on the same fragment. Although the distance between them varied, as long as they didn't give up, they would definitely arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region of the Grand Junction region of this fragment after speeding all the way. In the entire fragment, there were nearly 100 living creatures who paid attention when the huge pillar of flame rose into the sky, but at this moment, because of the interest, there were only a dozen or so that were rushing over here. Most of them were at the edge of the fragment. With the vastness of this fragment, no matter how fast they were, it would take them a certain amount of time to reach the crater, at least 10 days. And the other half, a total of 3 existences, were not too far away from the crater, and the nearest one could reach within half a day. This was a 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger. In terms of size, compared to ordinary tiger beasts, it only had 2 extra pairs of fleshy horns on its back. In addition, its eyes were also green, with a cold light. Apart from that, it was the proportion. This 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was nearly 10 meters long, and could not be compared to ordinary tiger beasts at all. As the saying goes, it is like a tiger with extra wings, but this ferocious beast not only had wings, but also 2 pairs. In addition to its huge body of nearly 10 meters, there was no doubt that its degree of ferocity was extraordinary. At this moment, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was flapping the 2 pairs of huge wings on its back, spreading out its extreme speed. It had identified the area in front of it where the red pillar of flame rose into the sky, and was rushing over in the void. Its speed was extremely frightening, so fast that its whole body seemed to have turned into a dim flowing arrow. Every moment, it was greatly reducing the distance between it and the flame pillar area in front of it. If there were no accidents, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger would reach the edge of the huge crater where Xianxia was located in at most half a day. Xianxia was completely unaware of all this.